Good morning, everyone. I think we will wait 5 more minutes for all the people to join our today's energy panels. Welcome. So good morning, everyone. On the second day of our energy panel conference organized by the WSB University in Dąbrowa Górnicza. The aim of the conference is to promote the research studies and the good practices concerning decarbonization of the economy in the transport region of Poland and the Czech Republic. As we all know, the different European regions face similar challenges concerning energy and climate. One of the key challenges is, of course, how to reduce the greenhouse gases emissions, how to reduce the climate impact, and also how to adapt to the already changing climates in our region, but also the challenge that we are facing, especially in our part of the Europe, is the challenge concerning the air quality, the poor air quality, and the low stack emissions that influence this air quality very much. The low stack emissions come mostly from the individual boiler houses, but also from the transportation sectors. So what we are trying to do here during the energy panels organized by the WSB University within the project co-financed from the Ministry of Education and Science is to, on one hand, analyze the research that is conducted in the area to check how we can improve the situation, and on the other hand is to discuss the good practices in the field, good practices coming also from other European regions, how they are dealing with the topic of energy management, renewable energy development, the reduction of low stack emission from the transportation sector. Yesterday we had a very nice discussions on the research conducted by the WSB University, as well as some experiences from key regions in Europe, so from Italy, from Croatia, and from Slovenia. Today we would like to move more into concrete case studies, concrete good practices that might be of inspiration also for the transporter Polish-Czech regions, Silesian region. We will start with the presentation from Sergio Gatesci from Italy, who will tell us a bit more about their system for managing transportation within a huge, let's say, agglomeration. Before we go there, I just want to say a few technical issues. So basically the whole event is held in English, but if you need an interpretation, you can go to the bottom panel on the website and choose the interpretation button and then choose Polish language. Then you will be able to hear our interpreter. And now let's go to the first important topic concerning low stack emission, concerning environmental protection. So the topic of managing urban mobility. This is really a very big challenge for many of the cities in Europe, also for many of the Polish cities. So how we can manage the transportation, how we can manage the mobility in order to not only make the transportation more comfortable for the citizens, but also to reduce the emissions from the transportation sectors. So we are very keen to listen to Sergio Gatesci's presentation on how they are managing the things in Firenze. Sergio, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. Happy to be here. I would like to start from one consideration that is not just in my presentation, but Patricia told us a lot of interesting things. But just to say, I don't know if you realized that with the use of GPS on the car, maybe in the world we are saving billions of kilometers, because you don't miss your road, you don't miss your target when you are in the car. And this is this regards like 1 billion cars at least, maybe more. So this is a consideration, because everything helps us to control our emissions. Traffic, but not only, of course, is very important. And in this last 5 years, 10 years, huge progress have been all around, and we have been deeply involved in this. Okay, now I share my screen. Okay. Okay, can you see it? Or is it full?
Not yet, but I think I have to make.
Is it full screen?
First. 1 second. Can you try again? Ah, yeah, we can see it. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So, in Italy, situation was not good 10 years ago, more or less, because many public administration didn't even know how many and what buildings they had. But from that moment, many improvements have been. And this improvement regarded a lot of stuff. We want to do more, and this is one of the key points of my presentation. But we discovered, working, and thanks also to all the international experience that I shared, even with Patricia, for example, we discovered that all over Europe, automation, smart city control room in the buildings are developing a very, very important system to know what we have, to know what's happening around us. A lot of buildings now have their control room, really a lot all around Europe. It's more difficult, and it's not so often we have smart control room that control one area, one city, one region. But of course, they should be, they will be very, very useful when we have all this kind of stuff. In Firenze, it was always a strange story because we have a society, a public society that's called Silfi. Just to say how many things happen for case for not wanted at the beginning. The society I'm talking about is Silfi, that it means the lighting society owned by the municipality of Firenze that fuels and put all the traffic lights and all the lights in the city of Firenze. At a certain point, they decided to make an automation about the lights in Firenze. And Silfi had her first control room in the city to control just the light in the streets, more or less. But they discovered that we can go farther and farther and farther. So we wanted to make citizens live easier and the place where they live safer and greener, because the more the city is beautiful, the more beautiful the people are of the air were better there. This is important. This is Vittorini in a book called The World Cities. More the city is beautiful, more people is beautiful, like air is better. So this fact to connect beauty and techniques and lights is very important in Silfi, but I think it's very important for everybody because it's more easy to understand. So Silfi, for example, paint Ponte Vecchio that you see here in this picture. Every year they pick the picture with light, with different light, and they project paintings, old paintings, or simply colors, and it's just a nice sonnet lumiere show every year. Trying and trying, this is important. This is just the story of this company. We acknowledge that sharing the data to simplify life to citizens, a tricky corner had to be turned, because there is a lack of communication. Not even the experts know all the present innovation. And we can imagine the citizen reinvent the wheel, in the sense to begin from simply think, is the sport preferred by many and makes you lose a lot of energy. So the first step for us in Firenze has been to put all together and begin to share information and to share techniques, sharing the data, because this is really important. It's not, you know, especially in Italy, everything is very complicated because bureaucratic offices don't like to speak each other. The municipality don't speak to the region or didn't speak, but now they understood it is important to cooperate. It's very important, and they do it. There is a consideration. We can't be stopped by the chaos of traffic, for example. What Patricia told us in her introduction is true. We lived in towns that are full up of traffic. This is pollution, waste of energy, waste of time for a million of and billion of citizens. And so we have to take care of this. We have also the necessity to use in a proper way all the data that comes now. No, they come from a lot of sources. We have to reorganize this. Planning a better life. This is the idea, and this is more easy if you can see the beauty of the town. I mean, Firenze is a beautiful town, is not the only one. There are a lot of beautiful towns in Europe, ancient, with a lot of green, but we have to know what is around us, because we could miss something and we could damage this beauty in a way or in another. So to plan a better life, we have to act properly. The data collection, the data use is an enabler for this issue. I make an example. This is the control room of Careggi Hospital. This control room rules like 15 huge buildings with different specialties. They collect data from 15 clinics, maternity, blood donors, cancer pavilion. There is a lot of 15 different buildings, and all the data about light and electric consumption, of course, eating, but even more. I choose hospital because they have to manage a lot of different sources. I don't know if you know, but I think yes, but just to repeat, hospitals must have different temperatures inside, because in a surgery room you need of a certain temperature. Where there is older people, you must another one. You must check the oxygen, you must check the CO2. So you have a lot of data to put inside. And this is one of the places in Firenze where you really collect a lot of data from 15 different buildings. It is interesting to know that, for example, Careggi is one of the not many places in Firenze where they have a district heating, and with a big central that works with natural gas, they heat and refresh these 15 buildings. But even more, they have a huge tunnel underground where you can go by car, that go with all what you need in terms of cavi and sewer and what else. And they use it also to go to buildings of other administrations. This is what I was trying to explain when I said we have to cooperate. So the hospital of Careggi supplies energy to university, to the hospital for children called Maia, that is not far, but anyway, some kilometer. And there is a synergic way of life that was what we try to do, more or less, and because we understood how important it is to cooperate. This is the control room of the city now, in this moment. Oh, I don't understand. Ah, okay, perfect. The society that was born only for light, now they control, of course, public lighting situation and the energy efficiency of public lighting. But they also check weather, and I show you how. They show the traffic light synchronization systems, the electric mobility, and car and bikes sharing. Traffic light synchronization systems is very important now, is really important everywhere. But now we have two line of tram, and so there are two different systems of traffic light systems. Just to give an example, in Firenze, in this control room, they have something like 2,000 different programs to synchronize the traffic light, because they studied what can happen if there is a market, if there is a show, if it rains, if there is an accident, and they made provision about that. And so they made one program for each case or for the combination of different cases. No? From Silfi control room, they control also the supply charge for electric mobility. And they also have GPS signals from car and bike sharing, because car and bike sharing are fully strong in Firenze at the moment. And so they know in every second where cars and bike to share are, because they have all the systems to know that. The traffic control is with sensors and cameras, monitoring of traffic system, including the area, the controlled area where not everybody can go. They have also the control of parking, the control of all the buses of Firenze, the tramway and other public transport. So they know almost everything about traffic and about energy consumption of the light, of the traffic light and of the public lighting. They also have, like I told you, what is going on about weather and also about pollution. Okay. This is a study visit in Firenze control room. You can see all the maps, different maps. So this is also the city, but you can see down also all the camera and with which they see what's going on in real time, every time. This man with the verb is the president of the society. So this is part of the map of Firenze. And this is the screenshot about energy. In the sense, in the computers, you can make a choice about what you are interested. So you can see fast recharging stations, mainly for taxi. All the taxi in Firenze have to be at least half electric. If you buy a new taxi, it must be interiorly electric. And so the municipality gave to the taxis fast recharging stations, so they can make it full of energy in more or less 15-20 minutes in the recharging stations. For this, they know exactly how it works in every recharging station. They have also normal recharging stations for citizens or for private people that have an electric car, and there are more than 100, 150 of this, and they control the energy consumption of this. They control the gate in the area interdicted to the traffic that is allowed only for residents and for ambulance, for police. We have a system of smart waste in the sense that there are sensors inside the bin of waste that say when the bin is full or not. When the bin is full, a car have to go and pick up all the waste. There is Florence Wi-Fi, there is digital signage. There is also the control of smart irrigation. For example, here you can see the smart irrigation of gardens that is controlled by the smart city data room. There is the smart light and smart bench also. From this smart bench, you can have the Wi-Fi signal that the municipality of Firenze gives. So this is one of the screenshots of the monitor that you can have when you are in the control room. This is the screenshot about environment, because from the sensors, we have weather sensors, we have air quality sensors, and even the pollen monitoring. These are all the points, this green are all the points where there are the sensors about this issue, weather, air quality, pollen monitoring. And so you have in real time all the data about these issues, and you can see it. Who see this? Not a lot of people, but I want to show you that the screen of the data room are in the data room, of course, but they are also in one of the rooms of the mayor of Firenze. This is a wonderful room in Palazzo Vecchio, where there is the mayor office, and the mayor can, and his cooperators, of course, they can see in real time everything they are interested, because they have specific dashboard that is useful for policy making, because you have to take decisions if there is too much pollution, if there is too much traffic, or if there is a lack of energy. These screens allows the mayor to get information about the real state of the traffic, the environmental data, together with the one on weather forecast, registry office, Wi-Fi hotspot, electric charging points. And a special session is reserved to the sentiment analysis, what the citizens are talking about on this. This is me. I'm looking at mobility that day. There is a big system to have the communication with citizens. Just to make another example, you have data about the weather. If something big is coming, like tempest or a lot of wind, they send messages to smartphones, even to the telephone in the home, to make warning for something bad arriving. But even if there is a big work in some part of the town and traffic is impassable, it's very difficult. So it's a continuous exchange of data and of information, and citizens can say what they think about this. So the sentiment is made by social media or even by phone sometimes. How the data is gathered? Sensors, cameras. Here you can see the mayor of Firenze, Dario Nardella, with this assessor placing a control camera. So this is just, I think they had a lot of fun in this case. So they are like street workers, and they had to put the video camera to control everything. About video camera, in the smart city control room and in the mayor office come every image from the town. and from the surrounding area. Also because some small municipalities already involved in this smart city control room, but is a big city now. It's the metropolitan area of Firenze. And there is a difference due to privacy, in sense that many images, the images of persons can be registered or seen in the office of the smart city control room, but only by the mayor and by the police, because you have a privacy question. Oh, I told you that now, at the moment, we have a lot of data. From where they come? As you can see, we have this system because a new development has been with multi-purpose sensors positioned over public lampposts. The new sensors can collect weather data, our Wi-Fi signal repeater, Bluetooth sensor, and many other things more. So this small disk that you can see on the right of the picture is the sensor that collects all this data. And the municipality of Firenze has put these sensors over the smart public light. They saved a lot of energy and of money because they put only LED lamps, all the new, and they are replacing the other lamp that are not LED at the moment. But anyway, this is a very nice system, also because the Wi-Fi will be really strong, and also the data are very precise, because you can have data, for example, about the weather from every street of the town, and you know exactly what's going on. And this is very important. We had a real tornado 3 years ago, but it was only in an area, so you can be faster in your decision, and faster also to send help by fire workers or police or other kind of specialized persons. How I told you, there is a problem about the rights for the access to the data. So these data at the moment are for the mayor of Firenze and the metropolitan area of Firenze, the municipal police, mobility department, environmental department, IT department, city manager department, the company who rules the smart city control room, that is Silfi, and utilities and service providers. Of course, if I have a problem with gas, there is a lack of gas somewhere, or there is some broken place, I have to tell it very quickly to the service providers and to the utilities providers, so they can act immediately. This is important. There is an app. Only those who are within the smart city control room have access to the data that are on the platform. They are also protected data. Part of this data, however, is available in open data, such as parking lots. And for this kind of data, there is an app, a public app that everybody can share with others. Others are made available by the various owners on their own channels. For example, the Society of Public Transports provides bus data on delays on its app. The app about Firenze mobilities analyze the data and give the available information the best choice and management of routes. So the data are shared to different targets. If I have data about a lack of public transport, there is an app, or everybody can see, but anyway, if you have to take a bus, if the bus don't run, you can know this in real time. At the same time, you can have in real time information about some broken road and some problem to the traffic. This is important. This is save a lot of energy, a lot of money, and a lot of time for citizens. At the present, we have results that are really great. Improvement of traffic control, installation of new lamps, in addition to bringing intelligent sensors, like I told you, includes the replacement of the old lights with LED lamps, with an energy efficiency that allow both energy savings of over 60% and a further reduction of light pollution. This about beauty and energy has been a very important issue. So there are many studies about the fact that lamps in the streets many times go up to the sky, and this is a waste of energy and it's a light pollution. So there has been a huge effort to reduce this fact and or to cut it, and so we have the light put in the proper way, and it saves, of course, energy, but it saves also the light pollution that you can see, or that you could see some years ago. So let's go to the second part of this presentation. The future. The future is not far, because it is already paid, already bring up, already made, that the Smart City Control Room will bring together the main public services deployed in the city, thanks to the utilities and private operators, as for the road maintenance through global service, under the coordination of the municipality of Firenze. It will be possible to improve monitoring of traffic system, including the blue area, the area where people can't go unless they are resident or they have a special reason to go inside, parking, bus, tramway, and public transport, water and electricity, energy efficiency, public lighting, traffic light system, waste bins. Integration with other data coming from utilities and service providers will give the opportunity to improve even more the mobility in the city. The Smart City Control Room will control also the emptying of garbage bins and street cleaning service. An app dedicated to the informed mobility of Florence will all allow the people to choose the best route in the city. This is part of the future, but maybe it is even more. Because, well, Firenze is the second smart city in Italy. The first, I think, is Milano. But we are at the first place for social quality and digital transformation. Specific key performance indicators will be provided on the aggregate trends to be included in the decision makers' dashboards to allow better monitoring and consequent choices. How will happen all this with what in different of the present? The infrastructure as an enabler, the new Smart City Control Room. So now we have one that is in Via della Robbia, and it is in Silfi headquarters, in a part of the city, in the south part of the city. Now the Smart City Control Room is going to improve, is going to move, is going to grow up very much. What will they do? This is again the mayor control room, the policy making dashboard. The data users will be again the mayor, city manager, director of department. but we'll have a unique platform combining dashboards on mobility, environment, resilience, social, energy, and policy making to manage the city. So from the traffic sensors that will be even more present, we'll have faster, regular electric charge columns, smart irrigation, smart bench, smart waste, smart meters, district heating and energy efficiency. This is the part where I try all the way to go on. It's more difficult, but I think it's very important in order to say even more energy consumption, especially about heating. Free parks indoor real time, public Wi-Fi, up in real time, local police department event and traffic roadworks, local public transport fleet real time position, cities reports on Firenze application, city registry, birds, immigrants, whatever, meteo sensors and forecast, Arno River sensors, sentiment analysis real time, smart lighting real time. So all this is due to a big investment from Regione Toscana and a European project called Replicate. This will be the new smart city control room. This is the location. It will be near the new theater of, we have a new theater of Maggio, of the famous Maggio Fiorentino. They have an old theater, now they moved, but there was this small palace. This small palace with fully occupied by the new city control room. It will be a physical sharing of spaces to better manage the city for a better life. Every single city service provider does not see many advantages in co-presence. But it is needed a vision and holistic approach to be shared. The role of the municipality, the only one that can promote it all together, will respond more quickly and efficiently, decide and manage public services on shared and system data and on shared information in real time for a simpler day life and well-being. So this is quite a revolution, because in this new smart city control room will be not only the municipality of Firenze, but even the municipalities of all the city around, and also the Tuscany region. All they will be inside to share data and to collect data. So we'll have a more quickly and efficient response to all what is going on in the town, in the area, and in the future in the region. This is the plan that you can see. It's quite huge, no? This is, you can see the picture, the rendering are only about one room, but there is a lot of other spaces like you can see in the plans. And all this project is already financed. They are already building. It is not finished, but they are at a very nice point. They are going fast with this new smart city control room. But it will be more or less like this. So, and it will have a huge potentiality. You have seen what we have now. You can imagine how fast they can go after with a system that is more powerful, more or less 10 times what we have now. We'll have really a very, very powerful system where that we will use for a lot of purposes, and this is important, especially if we can also share the energetic consumption about heating and gas. This is the lack at the moment, but I hope we can do it. The management of city services is a typical multi-operator activity. Collaboration, synergies between bodies, utilities, promoted by the municipality as a center of aggregation. It is like an orchestra. This is a concept that has been hard to be understood in Italy, but now I think we understood it. This is part of a presentation that the city of Firenze makes in order to present the Replicate project. This is the orchestra of Maggio Fiorentino, a very famous orchestra. I'm proud of them, but anyway, I think it's a good sample. The orchestra conductor tunes the sound, but without the instruments or only with some of them, would not have the right symphony. So we are going to play a symphony. The strong point is the fact that there is a federated model where the data and digital assets of each subject are enhanced without wanting to override the single partner. So maybe in this region or small town that have hostility one each other, maybe we can understand at the end the importance to be an orchestra, the importance of collaboration and of synergy that are basically for the use of a smart city control room, of hopefully of a smart region control room. So they made a meeting to share all this project. Is someone missing? No one left behind. Human-centric approach from planning to action. You can see the assessor for innovation in a meeting where they explain what the municipality of Firenze is going to do with the new smart city control room. The starting has been in 2012. In 2040, we had the first multi-level governance process, Florence Digital Renaissance Manifesto, among managers of public services offering concrete benefits to citizens and users of the city. Then in 2020, the Smart City Control Room of Firenze moved from beta version to evoluted one. Then we have this new system that I showed you that is 1,200 million €, of cost. Then in this year, we have the new location that I showed you, and one other 1,500 million € for building and infrastructure. We will have this new smart city control room in action in 2022 with a full operational system all in one. So more or less almost 3 billion € for this big investment, but I think really it's worth it. So now I show you what in Firenze is going on. I hope it has been an interesting presentation for you, and thank you for your attention, really. If you have questions, I'm here just to give answers.
Thank you, Sergio. This was really very interesting. Despite that we are collaborating on so many projects, I haven't heard of this solution yet. So hope to be able to come back to Firenze and see how it works in practice with the COVID pandemic a bit releasing. Let's hope for. I've got a few questions by myself, but before I ask them, I would like to tell the participants that if you have any questions towards the speaker, you can either unmute yourself and raise the hands to say that you want to ask the questions, or you can either choose the chat function and then I will read the question. But in between, I had some notes concerning your presentations, which was extremely interesting. And first question is, I know that you already mentioned the topic, but how do you deal with the data protection and how people feel about being monitored in so let's say comprehensive way? We also have some not so let's say comprehensive, but also some for example traffic management programs in cities where the cars are being recorded on the crossboards, etc. And people not really feel comfortable about the city knowing where they are and their the plates, etc. So how do people are feeling about that?
It's a question for lawyers inside public administration and outside. You know that we all know that privacy is very important. And so the problem is who have access to the data. This is the real problem. Because at this moment, with this kind of system, the public administration can know everything of you. If they want, they can really, they know everything. How much do you consume? What is your car? They already know. But they can know where you are and what are you doing.
Exactly.
This is,
you're not in the right place.
This is the point. No, because they know that you are the owner of a, I don't know, BMW, and
or they know that you just crossed at the red light.
But if they know that you are, I don't know, with some other people that you shouldn't know, but maybe this could be a problem. So they started a system. Basically, they with the technical system, they cancel faces.
And the plates?
They cancel faces and even plates, unless there is something that regards police. So this is the question, especially in we are in a historical moment where there are also terrorism and stuff like this, no? And so only police can know everything. Even the mayor has not to know everything. Even the public offices of the municipality has not to know everything, okay? So they made a protocol about the fact that there are things that you can know, but personal data are not managed by the municipality. And even the police can have the access only if there is something wrong in that place. So they can go, they say, okay, there has been a fight, some part of the city, all the video camera that they have. And now I was really impressed, really, when I have been in this smart city control room that, like I told you, will be improved. Really, there will be a huge improvement. But just now you can see the faces of the people crossing the road. And you say, oh, look, that's Patricia is going to the market. No, from every, but you can use it, of course, but just now at the moment you can know really a lot of stuff. So I think that citizens have to be protected by all this, because there are things that some privacy has to be must remain somewhere. And so in this protocol they decided that personal data can manage it only in certain situations and from certain people, not all, of course.
And in case of your system, do you kind of have also the reaction towards any accidents that are happening? Some time ago, with the group from our association, we were visiting also a smart, let's say, transportation management system in one of our largest cities, but they said that basically they are monitoring the traffic. So even if something's happening, like an accident or something, they are not reacting themselves, but just waiting for the police or someone to contact them. So even if they see the accident, they are not calling 911 or whatever is in the country. And in your case, is it that the people who are operating the system, are they reacting to anything that is happening on the road, or just managing the traffic?
Yes, of course. The response to accident now is faster, because if there is something, you don't need even the telephone call from somebody. You just know it. So everything is faster now. And this is very important, because you know that the time of reaction can be fundamental for health, for example. 1 minute or 2 can make the difference. So they know immediately in almost all the town. But there are parts of the town that are not covered yet. But I think I'm a little afraid after all, but because the big brother is everywhere now. No?
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, if I got an accident, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that we will save me. I hope they have time to do it. Anyway, they have seen me. Okay.
Okay, so basically the people who are monitoring the traffic are reacting.
Yes.
That's good. That's good.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, so one more question. Unless anybody on the room has the questions themselves, you can raise a hand or just raise a voice. Okay. So how did the COVID situation, I know that this is the most popular question, but influenced the implementation of ICT solutions in energy management in Firenze? Did it speed it up? Did it slow it down?
What we have is the fully control of public lighting in energy terms, and even of traffic lights. What we are studying with Tuscany region is to collect the energy data from public buildings, so we could have everything in real time. It's more easy to have them about electric energy. I don't think we still have a full solution about heat consumption, about gas, about natural gas. Firenze is, and almost all Tuscany, have mainly natural gas, but not only. So this part is not in the system. Everything is electric. I think we will share in not a lot of time, because it's all the control room that we have in hospitals. I showed you the one in municipality, for Tuscany region, for social housing. We have control room that have in real time what's going on about electric consumption. All what is about heating or air conditioning with fuels like gas, but even with biomass or with gasoline or other stuff, that there are not many, but there are. It's more difficult to collect in this system. This is one of the issues that I'm trying to promote at every meeting. I say, okay, we would like. Of course, the sense of the conversation is, okay, you're right, but we have some difficulties. For example, the owners of the utilities don't like to give you the data about the energy consumption from single houses, because they want, this is a part of the control of the market, and they don't want to share it. It's more a political and economic problem than a technical problem, because you could put sensors even, and now we have a law, I think it's the same all over Europe, where you have sensor over your thermal items, no? And you can have the measure of how much you are consuming at the moment. No? So it's not impossible. The question is that who is the owner of the system don't want to give you the data. And at the moment we have, there is a discussion about it. But for electric data, I think it will be really more simple, and a lot of data are coming in real time.
Yeah, I think it's quite similar in Poland. So we're supposed to have some real-time measurements, but basically everything is built on the energy bills, and also with the district system operators and energy suppliers having different invoices in different times. It's really very hard to manage the data. So I think the key solution for now to improve the energy efficiency of the whole system and to decarbonize the country is really to have the data in question. So this is very important, what you have mentioned in your presentation. So one more thing, what kind of stakeholders did you involve in the project? Who needs to be on board to have the data?
All the stakeholders are on board, but from about some issues, they are not, they disagree about something. But the important part at the moment is that all the public partners are together, because there is Firenze, all the small municipalities around Firenze, the metropolitan area of Firenze, and Tuscany region. They all agree about the development of this smart city control room. Then about, as I told, about electric energy is okay. About the gas is not so easy. Also, there are 2 or 3 companies, and it's not easy to pay data from them. Also because there are also the external services for certain groups of school or groups of hospitals, and they have to collect and to make some agreement, I think. But this is the more difficult part that I found in all this story.
Okay. So the very last question before I move to the next part. I know that Firenze has a quite good transportation sector, so we've been there a few times. But how are the, for example, municipalities around connected? Because in Poland also the quite a challenge is that larger cities, metropolis like Krakow, Bielsko-Biała, Warsaw, they have quite a good transportation systems, but the municipalities or the rural areas around are practically not connected with the city, so there is no public transportation going between the villages, let's say, and the cities, and still the people have to use their own cars. So did you have some good examples on how to solve the problem of regional communication?
A lot of, because at the moment, well, our first tram line was to connect Firenze with Scandicci. That is the biggest between the small cities all around. But the first line was to connect the northwestern area with the town. It is important because in Firenze every day were coming something like 200,000 cars from all the municipalities around. Every day, 200,000 coming in with parking problems, pollution problems, traffic problems. So the intent of the public administrations was to give a public transportation for people coming by car. So the first big improvement has been the one line with tram. Now they began with the construction of another line of tram going to south, opposite, south and southeast. Well, the place is Bagno a Ripoli, but I think nobody knows except us. But anyway, the place is going on opposite, okay? So the plan is to connect the other municipalities by tram. one way. Second way, we have to improve railway. We have a problem in Firenze. The problem of railway is that the central station have no room for all the train at the moment, because they have 16 tracks, and they are final tracks where train has to stop. So we decided, all the public decided to build a new railway station only for high-speed trains, and it will be because we will have a new station for the high-speed trains. We will have free a lot of tracks in the central station, and this will be used for the commuters trains. This is the strategy. So all the area, because already we have good connections, but we can't use it properly because we don't have enough room in the central station. But this will cover a lot of different situations from north, south, east, and west. So the basic idea is to connect with tram and with a new and improved railway system. Then there is the electric transportation that is very, I don't know, the mayor of Firenze like it a lot, and they put all this column for charging. All the new taxis has to be electric. Car sharing is for electric cars, is made by electric cars. Even bikes now are electric. So they try to low down the pollution and to make connections simpler. But more or less, more public transportation, more electric transportation, and also ways only for bikes. There are many kilometers. It has to be improved, but at the moment we have really a good web of for bikes. I go by bike. I don't always use the road for bikes because it's faster to go on the other side. I think they will kill me, but anyway, I try.
I'm living in a mountain region, and it's so hard for me to go by bike. But if the electric bikes are going to enter, for
electric
sure.
bike, good choice. You can go up faster.
Exactly. Exactly.
I tried one time. It's good.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for your contribution. I think it was very inspiring for all of us, for our students, what we can catch up, what we can get to find an inspiration for our region to implement similar solutions. From the agenda, the presentation should take quite long, but the truth is that we were supposed to meet each other in Poland, but unfortunately the COVID situation enabled us that, so we cannot have the workshop, the really workshop part. So instead, together with the WSB and university, we decided that we will use this time to complement the presentations from the other European regions, other European countries, with some Polish experiences. So before the next speaker, I will just jump in a bit with the experiences from one of our international projects, the Together project, where we also focused a lot on the implementation of ICT solutions for the improvement of energy efficiency. So please let me share my screen, and I will show you some other experiences that might also come in relevant for you, and maybe there will be also some documents, etc., that might come in relevant for you. I don't know if you're seeing the screen and the presentation on the project.
Yes, we can see it.
That's perfect. So for the next few minutes, before we get into the next speaker from Slovenia, and before Actually, the presentation is kind of intermediate, let's say, between the previous and the next one presentation, because on one hand, it focuses on the ICT solutions for improvement of energy efficiency, and on the other hand, it focuses on improvement of energy efficiency in buildings. I would like to present you some experiences from the also international project together that we have implemented in the international collaboration. The full name is Towards the Goal of Efficiency Through Energy Reduction. But before I go through, I would like to say a few words about actually who I am, because I forgot to introduce myself at the very beginning. I did it yesterday, but I guess that there are some new people in the room today. So my name is Patrycja Błąka, and I'm the project manager at the Association of Municipalities Polish Network Energy City that is cooperating with the WSB University on several issues, including organization of these energy panels. And I'm really happy to be invited to moderate the day yesterday and the day tomorrow, the day today. Regarding our association, we're a Polish non-profit, non-governmental organization that is operating since 1994 and basically actively promoting and supporting sustainable energy development, climate mitigation, and climate adaptation on the local level. We are assisting Polish municipalities in delivering and implementing local energy and climate strategies and also related energy and climate projects. Our activities include promotion of energy efficiency and renewable energy use, implementation of different kinds of projects supporting low emission development and climate adaptation of Polish cities. We're organizing a lot of events, thematic conferences, seminars, workshops, also study tours to see how good practices in other regions are working in practice. And we're supporting exchange of experience and ideas between our member cities, but also between our cities and other EU municipalities in Europe. And the last but not least, we're helping in identifying and obtaining funds for climate and energy-related projects. Here on the screen, you can see our most recent project, let's say. I will not discuss them in details because probably it's not so much interesting. I just wanted to say what kind of topics we are dealing with. So we have the Rebus project that we are implementing together with Sergio, and a Srinika project that is focusing on energy efficiency in buildings. I will talk about it a bit more after the next presentation. We have a RURES project that focuses on the promotion of energy efficiency and reuse in rural regions. We have two projects that focus more on climate adaptation and development of green and blue infrastructure. So one is focusing mostly on the green roof development and green roof strategies development, and the other one on the calculation of water footprint of cities and using it for improving water management in cities. Then we have two projects on cities collaboration. One is the Multiply one, which is on integrated urban planning. So we try to encourage the cities to plan their further development in a more comprehensive way, taking into consideration three topics at the same time. So energy efficiency, sustainable mobility, and sustainable urban planning. Beacon project is on city partnerships for climate change mitigation. And then we have also the In-Train project that will be presented later today that is focusing on the development of renewable energy sources and using it in district heating networks. And the two projects concerning both environmental and social aspects. So one on engaging youth into development of climate and energy policies. This is the ICE project, within the framework of which we created a Youth Climate Council within one of our cities that is supporting the city authorities in planning the further sustainable development. And two projects focusing on energy poverty. Energy poverty is also the topic that is very much on the agenda right now, both in Europe and starting to be on the agenda also in Poland. So more and more households have problems with paying their energy bills, or they have to pay their energy bills on the expense of other expenses. So, for example, resigning from some other expenses they need. And it is the cities, the regions, and the national authorities' responsibility, let's say, to support them in, on one hand, reducing their energy consumption, on the other hand, providing them maybe with some financial support to improve their energy situation. So this is also the topic that we are dealing with. But the project that I would like to present right now and share some experiences and material that may come in useful for you is the project Together. It's ended already. It has been financed from the Interreg Central Europe program. So again, an interregional cooperation financing program like the one that also WSB University is managing with the Czech Republic. We had 8 partners from 7 European countries. It has ended in May 2019, but I believe that the solutions that we proposed there might come in useful for you still. The key objective of the project was to encourage public administration to improve energy efficiency of their buildings by changing existing atomistic vision of a building into a holistic one, and to go beyond isolated technical interventions by integrating them with demand-side management, behavioral and financial contracting tools that will help to reach for the full energy saving potential of the buildings. So basically the key, let's say, idea behind the key thought behind the project is that we should switch from the atomistic vision of a building that looks at it separately, like looking at different aspects related to construction, the use of the building separately, to the holistic vision, which looks at the building not only as walls that we can insulate or the internal installations that we can modernize, but also as a whole of functions and relationships between the structure and physical space, the functions that the building is playing, the layout and the utilization of rooms, the equipment that is there, the technical equipment that is there, the technologies that are used currently in the buildings, and the behaviors of building users, different types of building users. So as we all know, the daily functioning of a building requires, of course, energy, the consumption of which depends not only on the technical characteristics of the building, although it depends on it very much, but also on the way the building is organized, the building is used, and the behaviors of the people that use it. So within the project, we very much focused not only on the technical improvements that we can implement in the building, but also on these other demand-side management, let's say, tools that we can implement to improve the energy efficiency of buildings. And also we very much focus on the users, on the people. So there are, let's say, different kinds of people who have different kinds of power to influence the building consumption. So we have the owner. So for example, in case of public buildings, it will be a public authority that can very much influence the technology, that can somehow obtain funds for renovation. Then we have the manager who has influence over the space, over how the space is being used, how the rooms are being organized, how the work plan is being done. And then we have the users who use the building on the daily basis. And what we can say is that the building will be energy efficient only if all the components are energy efficient. So only if technology is energy efficient, if the space uses energy efficiency, and if the people know how to use energy rationally, and if they do that. So what we have proposed within the project is to combine, to plan the improvement of energy efficiency of buildings, combining technical investments and renovations with other solutions. So also use of ICT technologies, implementing organizational changes. So for example, changing organization of the rooms so that we could use natural light better, or for example, switching smaller groups into smaller rooms instead of using larger ones. Then combining technical investments with the change of behavior, so teaching people how to use energy rationally. And also what we propose is to save use the reinvestments, use the savings to reinvest in further energy efficiency measures. So as we know, the improvement of energy efficiency translates into energy savings, and it is always a good idea to use at least part of the savings to finance further energy saving measures. So part of the budget that we manage to save thanks to the actions that we take, we can at least use to finance further energy saving measures. For example, I don't know, installation of thermostatic valves at the radiators or installation of energy efficient lighting. Yeah, here you can see also on the slide some averages, how many savings we can achieve with different types of activities. So with investments, it's 30 to 50% savings. With organizational changes, 10% savings, and change of behavior, 5% savings. But like I said, these are the averages. Also, the presentation from Sergio yesterday showed that we can even achieve more with soft measures if we really put an effort into that. But in my further part of the presentation, I would like to focus on the ICT measures, as we started with ICT measures with Sergio's presentation. Sergio presented very nice how ICT solutions can help us with managing the city in more effective way and improving mobility, improving energy efficiency in a city. He said a few words about how the ICT solutions can improve the situation within a building, presenting the case of one of the Firenze's hospitals. I have to say that I had a really great pleasure to be there and see how the energy management system in a hospital is really working and improving the energy management in a quite a big and complex facility. But now I would like to go back a bit to a more, let's say, modest buildings, so smaller buildings, but still the ICT solutions can really improve the situation in all types of buildings. Part of the Together project, like I mentioned, focused on the integration of technical interventions such as thermal improvement or modernization of internal installation with the ICT solutions, in more general demand side management solutions. And here I would like to present you on this slide one of the guidebooks that we have prepared. It says training material on energy efficiency in public buildings, DSM aspects, but actually it's kind of quite a comprehensive guidebook that is discussing different topics related with, in the first part, using analytical and ICT solutions to improve energy efficiency in buildings, and in the second part, improving users' behavior to improve energy efficiency in buildings. Regarding the analytical DSM, we have here the 8 modules that are discussed quite thoroughly. So the collection, analysis, verification, and presentation of the consumption data, then the development of energy-related databases, then standard energy monitoring or energy management systems, and then advanced energy management systems, such as building energy management systems, so the systems that are not only gathering data from the building, but can be also used to manage the building, to control the light, to control the heating, to control ventilation, and basically control the whole building. Then there is module 6, so using ICT to analyze and reduce consumption in buildings. So this is the module that explains how to use the data from the ICT to actually optimize energy consumption in buildings. And then 2 last modules, so practical use of monitoring data for the development of energy optimization and adaptation scenarios, and the practical use of monitoring data for education and involving building users. The guidebooks are available in few languages. They are available in English at the first link that you can see on the slide, actually at the same website. So the general website of the project, also the guidebook in the Czech language is available, because we had also a Czech partner in the project. If you want to download freely the guidebook in Polish, then you have the second link. You can download it from our website. So now a few words about real-time energy consumption metering. I think this is actually the key ingredient for the optimization of energy consumption in buildings, as first of all, it allows for building energy consumption profiles, so we can see how the energy consumption is looking, for example, during the day, during the month, during the week. And then we can plan some optimization measures. The real-time energy consumption metering also allows for active demand-side management. So we can, having the real-time data or near real-time data, we can take active measures aiming at, for example, reducing consumption at specific times when it is too much, and then moving the consumption to other parts of the day when the consumption is lower. Real-time energy consumption metering is also important for education and motivation of building users. So if they see how the consumption is looking at the moment and how it was looking some time ago, they can better understand how their behaviors influence this energy consumption, and they can be better motivated to implement energy saving measures, as they will be able to see if their action brings results. So the last part is that the real-time energy consumption metering also gives feedback on the real results of the undertaken energy saving measures. So we are doing something, we are switching off the room, we can see if it has actually impact on the energy consumption or not. I have to say that within the Together project, to which I will come back in a moment, we could see how different aspects really influence energy consumption in different buildings. So, for example, we had in the project a big school complex with a big sports hall. When the influence on the energy consumption was mostly done by the sports hall. So, for example, if they turned out the light in the whole sports hall, then the consumption dropped a lot. So this, for example, gives a conclusion that maybe we could try to plan the sports activities more within the hours where the natural lighting is available, or we could move some of the sports activities closer to the windows, etc. On the other hand, we had, for example, a very small kindergarten in Racichowice, where actually putting on or switching off the kettle made a really big impact on the consumption. So we could see that it's really changing. So it very much depends on the building, but regardless of the building, the real-time energy consumption always gives us a good data to start the optimization measures. So the real-time energy consumption metering is a system that allows to observe basically how energy consumption changes in time. So how it changes during the day, during the week. So for example, we can compare working days and free days, how it changes over a month and a year. As well, it allows us to compare between days, between months and years. For example, to check if the efficiency of, if the already taken actions are efficient. Regarding implementation of real-time energy consumption metering, of course, depending on the funds that we have, depending on the technologies that we have and the time and staff effort that we have, we can implement different types of consumption metering. The most common one for now, I think it's single metering for a building. So we have just one heat and electricity consumption meter for a building, which gives us like daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly consumption patterns. But of course, there are also other options available. So, for example, we can implement smart metering consumption in different rooms, or we can include some different meters in one building, or we can include few buildings in one metering system. In case of the Together project, we had the let's say single meter building option. So we had this kind of pilot action where we implemented real-time energy consumption metering in 9 pilot buildings. These were 9 pilot buildings in 3 municipalities: Municipality of Besko, Municipality of Peciechowice, and Municipality of Żyraków. The 9 pilot buildings comprises of 3 town halls, 3 schools, 1 kindergarten, and 2 municipal services companies. Here on the slide you can see some pictures from the systems that we have installed in the buildings for real-time consumption measurements. Here is the picture showing the architecture of a system that was installed within the Together project. It's one system for 9 buildings. So theoretically, for example, our association can access all the 9 buildings at the same time. And the system comprises of the electricity meter that is collecting the data from the electricity system, the heat meter that is collecting the data from the heat system. Both meters are installed on the internal installations of the building, so there was no necessity to have any communication or any cooperation with the energy utilities. As Sergio mentioned, also in Poland, the cooperation with energy utilities is not always simple. So basically, we decided to have the kind of internal systems that will also allow the buildings to check and verify the invoices that are issued by the energy utilities, because they have their own data that can be compared with the data provided by the energy utilities. Except for the 2 meters, the system comprises of some local controllers, the server where data are collected and stored, the platform for archiving, managing and visualizing the data that are available after logging in from the individual account using the computer, using the mobile resources. There's of course related software connected with that. And also very important for us within the project was the monitors that we have placed in the halls of all the buildings involved. So not only the building manager, but also the building users could see how the consumption looks at the very precise moment, and whether it's higher or lower compared to the let's say baseline consumption that we have calculated. All the elements of the system are communicated through adequate communication portals using internet connections that is installed in the building. And the data are gathered and processed automatically. In some cases, with the buildings that had quite tough walls, let's say, we had to implement some additional internet connections, but for now it is working quite well. The system measures real-time electricity consumption in kilowatt hours, real-time heat consumption in gigajoules and kilowatt hours, network parameters such as use of reactive power or overconsumption of contracted power. These are quite two of important topics, as especially in public buildings. Often the building owners pay quite a lot for exceeding the contracted power or exceeding the reactive power. So it is important to find out where this excessive consumption is taking place and how we can reduce it to reduce the energy bills. And the system also measures indoor air quality and humidity. It is also connected with the weather platform, so we would be able to address current to somehow compare the current consumption with the weather conditions, of course, where the winter is, for example, more severe, then naturally we will have more heat consumption than in the year when there was practically no winter. So when comparing the consumptions, when benchmarking, we always need to take into consideration also the weather conditions. The weather data are collected on a storage unit, so local controller that is located in the building. And already from there, they are available through the internet for remote access. They are also transferred to the external server, which is operated by the contractor that takes care of the proper operation of the whole system, for the data protection, data privacy, etc. And also the data collected are available from any computer or any mobile device by anyone who has access to it, so who has the login credential to the system. The person who has the login credentials to the system can see all the very detailed data, can generate some reports, can generate some graphs, and basically can use the data to optimize energy consumption in buildings. Apart from that, we also have kind of open access to the key data for everyone that is interested. So like I mentioned, for the educational purposes and also for the feedback purposes, in each of the buildings involved, there are monitors placed in the city halls that show the current energy consumption data, and also compare the current energy consumption data to the baseline values that we have calculated at the beginning of the project, so that the people could see whether the building at present is using more energy than expected. Then they can see the red face as on the bottom, red set face as on the bottom of the page, or they can see the green happy face as on the upper part of the picture when the consumption is, let's say, lower than expected, so lower than coming from the benchmark. I have to, of course, admit that preparing this project, we have committed a lot of mistakes, and one of them is this very complicated, these very complicated dashboards. There are a lot of data, there are a lot of words that typical building users do not understand. But at the moment when we have entered the interface, it was really not possible to redesign the dashboards as the contract, the public tender, has been already closed. So in our case, we have prepared the templates, kind of tables, kind of posters that have been displayed next to them, to the displays next to the dashboards, explaining what the dashboards are showing, so explaining all the graphs and what do they mean for the building energy consumption and for the energy saving. But of course, and we combine it also with the trainings for the building users, so for also for pupils, explaining what energy consumption is, how are the energy consumption profiles, and how we can optimize the energy consumption. My advice would be, of course, when planning implementation of such smart metering system, so the first advice is for sure, you should use it to raise energy awareness of building users. So definitely dashboards, monitors in the hall showing energy consumptions should be there, but probably with more general and more reader-friendly data. So, for example, one of our partners, the city of Zagreb, they had a very nice dashboard with a troll, that also was happy, sad, or indifferent regarding the situation of the energy consumption in buildings, but the dashboards and what is presented of them were much more simplified and easier to understand by the people. So how we can use real-time metering for improving energy efficiency? First of all, like I said before, it helps us to identify high consumption devices and high consumption places. So, for example, parts of the buildings that are using more energy than the other ones, and then we can think why this is happening. Then the real-time metering allows us for identification of periods when the consumption is too high. So there might be some periods during the day, for example, when everybody's entering the building, starting to do the coffee, starting the equipment, etc., when the consumption is higher than during the other parts of the day. And then we can start thinking what are the reasons and try to somehow optimize the consumption. The real-time metering also helps us to optimize use of electric power energy, to establish some correlation between users' behavior and energy consumption, so we can think how we can possibly influence building users to make them use energy more rationally. And what is important, it goes immediate or almost immediate feedback on the results of undertaken energy efficiency measures. So like I said, in one of the analyzed schools, when we phoned them and asked them to switch off the lights in the sports hall, we could see that the consumption dropped drastically in few minutes. So we can just try to operate the building and see how the changes influence the energy consumption. Here is one example that is from the project. So how using real-time metering for improving energy efficiency can bring results also beyond improvement of energy efficiency. So also bring results, bring additional savings not really related with the consumption, but for example with the reactive power or with the contracted power. So as probably most of you know, when the building is using too much reactive power or using too much more than the contracted power, then it has to pay additional fees. Excess use of reactive power was one of the challenges in Besko municipality, in Besko City Hall actually. It was mostly concerning the server room. As they found out, since the installation of the central emergency power supply, the town hall had problems really with reactive power. In a bi-monthly cycle, invoicing cycle, the payments for the sole reactive power came to 500 to 800 Polish zlotys, which is quite a lot for a small town hall. So before the implementation of the system, actually for them, they couldn't really deal with this problem as they didn't have enough information. So they didn't have the information enabling them to determine the exact time, the frequency, and the intensity of the phenomenon. And since the real-time metering system has been implemented, they managed to determine these things. And reactive power practically, the excess of reactive power practically is not existent right now, or it's just few zlotys on the energy bill. So the city, thanks to the real-time energy management measurement, not only managed to optimize energy consumption, but also to reduce the reactive power and thus accumulate some additional savings. And the last two slides are to show some other experiences, not from exactly our project, but I think it's also quite interesting. It's a smart campus project, also financed from EU funds. So all the data, all the material shall be available online freely. So you can search from it. We are working now with the consortium that implemented Smart Campus project on another project, S3 Unica, that explores the ways that the university campuses can contribute to the implementation of national, regional, and local climate and energy targets. But regarding the Smart Campus project, that is the procedure, let's say, of the S3 Unica one, I wanted to share with you just two slides concerning one of their experiences. So the Smart Campus involved implementation of pilot actions. All pilot actions involved utilization of ICT instruments for energy efficiency at 4 universities. These were the University in Luleå in Sweden, Lisbon in Portugal, Helsinki in Finland, and Milan in Italy. And I would like to focus now in the pilot action that was implemented in Helsinki, because it focused on energy saving in kitchens and it focused on the metering systems. So the project envisaged, the pilot action envisaged installation of measuring equipment enabling measuring energy consumption by different kitchen equipment, different kitchen devices, and then training the kitchen staff on how to use this kitchen equipment, how to use this kitchen devices more efficiently. And it also involved a feedback system using monitors or displays placed in the kitchens. So like I said, the energy consumption measuring devices have been installed on different kitchen devices. And then the kitchen staff has been trained on how to use them more effectively, more rationally. And they got a feedback system showing whether they are using it effectively at the moment. On the picture on the bottom, you can see again the system of green and yellow phases, showing if at the moment respective devices are used economically, so more economically than before, more energy saving than before, then the people can see the green phases, or if they are using less economically, less energy efficiently than before, then the people can see red phases, and then it motivates them to adapt their utilization patterns to make sure that the whole screen is green phased. So what is the together experience? Some conclusions. This is the very last slide before the short break that we will have from now. The key conclusions are that even the most energy efficient building will still use too much energy if it's not used properly. So what the building managers do, what the technical administrators do, what the building users do very much influences energy consumption. And even the non-energy efficient building, if it's used in an optimal way, may have some reasonable energy consumption, may have achieved some savings, even before we manage to have it thermally retrofitted. In order to change energy-related behaviors, building users need to first of all have knowledge on how to do that, then have the capacity, so they need to be able to actually implement new energy-saving activities. So, for example, they need to have access to the lighting controls. They have to have lists where they can switch off, for example, few devices at the same time, etc. And they have to have a motivation, and the motivation can be provided by the, for example, good feedback system. And using real-time consumption measurements, we can influence all these elements. So this is it from my side for the moment. We completed the part with let's say ICT solutions for city efficiency improvement and for building improvement. What I propose is to have now a short, maybe 10-minute break to refresh, to grab some coffee, and then we will switch from Italy and Poland to Slovenia, and have some experiences on the energy efficient buildings and energy renovation in buildings. Also, I heard that we will learn yesterday that we'll learn a bit about energy renovation of cultural heritage buildings, which is quite a challenge and quite an interesting topic. So I'm really looking forward to the presentation after the break. So have a nice break and see you at 11:30. Dear all, I welcome you after the break. I hope that you had some time to grab some coffee and to refresh yourself. Like I said before the break, now we are moving from Italy to Slovenia, and we are very interested to learn more about how Slovenia is doing with the energy retrofitting of buildings. Yesterday we had the chance to listen to Mr. Boštjan Krajnc, the CEO of the Slovenian Regional Energy Agency, how the country is approaching the topic of the energy renovation of buildings and the energy renovation wave, and using energy efficiency improvements in buildings to support the energy transition of the region. Today we are going to hear a bit more about the concrete Slovenian case studies about buildings energy renovations, and also what is especially, I think, interesting for me, the renovation of buildings that are under the cultural heritage protection. So I give the floor to Mr. Boštjan Krajnc, the CEO of the XINA Regional Energy Agency, and really looking forward to the presentation.
Yes,
I
hello.
made you a co-host, so you should be able to share the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Patricia. Here is my presentation. Is it full screen? Yeah, it is now. Okay, so thank you very much. It's very nice to be here with you again. Today I will say a few words about deep energy renovation in municipality of Celem, where we combine different funds, grants from the European Union, from the ELENA assistance, ESCO funds, and own funds of the municipality. I will say a few words about the contracting, and then I will present some case studies. And Patricia said I also will present energy renovation of the cultural heritage building, one of the very nice building in Celje. So first I will talk about a little bit municipality of Celje. When we perform energy reconstructions of the public buildings, together we apply. At first, we apply together with two other municipalities in Slovenia: municipality of Novo Mesto, municipality of Kranj, and together with our municipality Celje, we apply together for the funds for the ELENA. For those who don't know, it's a European local energy assistance. ELENA jointly initiatives of the European Investment Bank and European Commission under Horizon 2020 program. And ELENA provides grants for technical assistance. That means only for the documentations in the preparation phase for the energy efficiency, renewable energy, urban transport, district heating, street lighting, and so on. In 2009, it was launched the very first project. I believe the very first city was Barcelona in Spain. Not quite sure, but I believe it was the Barcelona. So, as I said, the eligible organizations are they have to be in the EU member states. Nevertheless, in the recently, ELENA is also possible for some non-EU member states, but it's a little bit different procedures. So its eligible institutions are also governmental organizations, regional and local municipal authorities, public corporation, financial institutions, also some private entities who are planning to develop and support eligible investments, for example, in some kind of mixed public-private partnerships, some banks, also the social housing association or homeowner associations. These are all eligible organizations. So ELENA supports the programs about 30 million. At the beginning, this amount was 50 million. I think when Barcelona applied, the minimum requirement was 50 million euro. And you have a 2 years time period to implement these investments. In opposite case, you have to return the funds received from the ELENA. ELENA covers up to 90% of technical assistance, so project development cost, and even sometimes smaller projects can be supported when they're integrated into the larger investment program. So if the region or national authorities have some plans, then some smaller project can also be invested. Elena is a technical assistant project, and this project should not be profit making. So this is very important. What is supporting on the energy efficiency and sustainable transport? So energy efficiency and building integrated in the renewable energy. So everything connected with the renewables is eligible to be co-financed by the ELENA. Also public and private building, social housing, commercial, logistic properties, and so on. And as I said, street and traffic lights is also part of this ELENA supporting all kinds of renewables. It's also possible to apply for a district heating, for the improvement in the district heating system, district cooling system networks, networks based on the cogeneration, combined heat and power, and also decentralized cogeneration and heat power systems. Local infrastructure, including smart grids, is also possible to apply, and infrastructure for energy efficiency, energy efficient urban equipment, and link with transport. So what kind of documents are eligible? Feasibility studies, of course, all kinds of the feasibility studies according to the national legislations, business plans and financial advisory, technical studies, documentation, preparations, all about all the procurement and tendering advisory services and preparation of this documentation. Some additional technical stuff like project bundling and project management is also eligible costs, and also financial structuring. If we're talking about the transport, it's all eligible measures are connected with the promotion of alternative fuels in urban mobility. We are talking about vehicles, we are talking about refueling infrastructures. At the end, I can say a few words about the hydrogen project in our city. We are also thinking to apply this for ELENA because we are very close to the implementation of the investments. And of course, in the scope of the transport, to promote wide-scale rollout of new, more energy-efficient transport, shared mobility, urban logistic, intelligent transport systems, and so on. We apply for, in 2018, for the energy reconstructions of the public buildings in the city of Celje. We did together this with 3 other municipalities because one municipality could not exceed more than 30 million euros of the investment, but all the 3 municipalities, they approach to this amount. How to apply? It is, at the beginning, it's very simple. You only have to fulfill pre-application form, brief description of the project, outcomes, and fulfill some eligible criteria, and then just simply send it over the email. In municipality of Celje, the amounts of the ELENA project were estimated. Actually, this was the final number. Is the contribution of ELENA is a little bit more than 191,000 euros, and we spent more than 226,000 euros for the preparation of the investment cost. The entire investment was estimated at the beginning at nearly 9 million euros for the energy reconstructions in the buildings of Celje. So these are the figures for the energy audit. The investment plans was estimated for 73,800,000 euros without VAT. In 2018, we applied also for the public lighting, and there our share was a little bit less than 53 million euros. So the total grants received from the municipality, both for the public reconstructions and for the street lighting, you see that investment documentation was 126,000 euros, while the administrative and legal costs, so like the legal advisory, preparation of the tendering documentation, monitoring, verifying the tendering eligible criteria, was amounted for the 58,000 euros without VAT. At the beginning, the idea was to perform extended energy audits for 35 buildings, and then we eliminated 2 buildings. So we perform energy audits for 32 buildings, and after economic and technical review for the buildings, we grouped these buildings into the 2 sets. The first set of the buildings that will be deeply renovated with investment and organizational measures. And then the second set, which will be in the second phase, we will be in the second phase after the phase 1. So we tested 2 different phases of the buildings. This was the final list of the buildings. It was 10 buildings. It was especially very difficult because the mayor insists that Celski Dom, this is the building of the cultural heritage, very old building, almost 115 years old, more than 115 years old building, very large one, with no inside processes, almost nothing happening, just a few offices. So the consumption was not very high. But on the other hand, the building was in a very bad condition. So the mayor insisted that we have to add this building into this pool of the buildings, and that's why we choose other buildings which are very interesting for the ESCO companies, so that we make a pool of the buildings which was interesting for the ESCO services. I will talk about this a little later. So this was the investment costs for all these investments of these 10 buildings was 2,800,000 euros. So in the payback period of all this was more than 35 years old. So this was not something that was very interesting. It was not, I would say, the best offer we can say and send it to the ESCO company. So this is another set of the buildings. So as I said, we performed 23 extended energy audits that we made. Audits were made for the building, which were in the previous procedure defined as energy inefficient and need to be completely energy renovated. We set very different types of the building that we considered, such as schools, kindergarten, administrative office building, and buildings of wider social significance, which is like this theater and students' homes and so on. Besides these 23 buildings, 2 more buildings were additionally added to set due to the inclusion of the scheme of the national co-financing, and documentation for them has been prepared separately for the presented set of these 23 buildings. Investment and all these organizational measures were proposed based on extended energy audits. So we perform for all buildings extended energy audits with constructional physics, with all the detailed calculations. And this entire set of the building represents almost 4 million kilowatt hours per year of annual reduction potential, and more than 700 tons of CO2 emissions per year. So this is estimated reduction potential for all these buildings. Okay. So this is another set of these buildings. It's 15 buildings that we took into the consideration for this. And you can see it's together. The second set of the buildings is almost is estimated on the 6 million euros of the investments. This is all 25 buildings. It also includes here healthcare home in Celje and ice skating park. And these last 2 were eliminated later from this because we applied these 2 buildings for another tender, not for the buildings. So, as I said, investment documentation, we prepared special documentation according to the national legislation. One of the most important documents is investment identification document, where we define several possibilities, we define several scenarios how to approach to this modernization of this building. So, as I said, the total amount considered for the investments was 8.8 million, This amount includes VAT and all the eligible costs for the preparation for the documentation, realization, and supervision of the project implementation. The total amount of eligible cost suitable for the tender for the Ministry of the Infrastructure in the Republic of Slovenia, this is where we apply for the cohesion funds, was later reduced to a little bit more for 7 million euros, also excluding VAT. In the document, we defined 5 different variants, 5 different scenarios according to the national legislation. The first scenario does not foresee any investment and represent basically the current situation, and this is how it's have to be according to the national legislation. The second one, where the municipality fully finance operation from its own sources, this was also not very fortunate because the money, the municipality does not have such amount of the money, so we have to take into consideration this second scenario, but we also decline this one. The third one represents involvement of the contractors, I mean ESCO company, to invest in all these buildings, which was also not suitable for the ESCO company because it was the payback period, as you saw, was more than 35 years. I think it was about 65 years, the payback period, so this was not very interesting. That's why we also defining to another variant, to another scenario. We found the compromise between the public financing and the private financing in the variant 4, where all the buildings were included into the scenario, but we defined that this is still not very interesting, and we could not find, we tested the EPC, energy performance contracting, interest into the market, but was not such a huge response. So we defined that we will split the buildings into the 2 sets, and in the variant 5, we defined 8 buildings which are very much suitable, including these cultural heritage buildings. So this was, we calculated that this might be interesting for the ESCO companies and will be fulfilling the eligible criteria to receiving the cohesion funds from the ministry. So the selected variant, number 5, represents a set of the building with good financial indicators and attractiveness for establishing of the private partnership. So we conclude that for the considering set of the buildings, public interest for the implementation of the energy renovation, according to this model of energy contracting, by concluding also public-private partnership exists in this municipality of Celem. So we defined 1 for primary schools, 3 kindergartens, and 1 representative historical building. And I will say a few words later about this building. So all these investments, renovations is also consistent with European directives and guidelines, of course, according to the Slovenian legislation programs, and also with municipal development programs. So this is the potential, estimated potential for the investments of these 8 buildings. And we finally realized that with these 8 buildings, the payback return period, according to our calculation, is less than 15 years. And this is interesting for the ESCO company, having in mind that the ESCO company will also negotiate a much better price for the materials, especially if you're taking the scope of the 8 buildings. So when we are talking about energy contracting and relationship, we have to know that there are some risks that we have to take into the consideration. From the construction point of view, we have a risk of the project cost overruns. It's very basically that costs are much significantly higher comparing to the planned one. Basically, recently, we are very much expecting some delays to the unexpected technical difficulties, such as installation of undersea pipelines or underground power cables. We have unexpected technical difficulties due to the lack of the staff, lack of the contractors, delays in complementary works outside of the project promoters' controls, like cross-border projects. And we also know that we have, as they said, that we are having a lot of people coming from foreign countries working in Slovenia, and they're very unstable market for the unstable labor market in Slovenia currently, especially in the construction sector. Of course, then we have some accidents can happen, and this can also be delays, resulting in delays for the buildings. From the operational point, maintenance and repair costs that are higher than predicted. This is quite often if we underestimated the costs of the maintenance in the planning phase. We can have some technical breakdowns. We can log out of the service time accident or external causes like earthquake, flood, sabotage. This is not very much the case in Slovenia, but you know that earthquake happened a couple of months ago in Croatia that demolished all the neighborhoods in some cities, and of course stopped all the projects. Financial, we can have changes in tariff systems, changes of the prices, inadequate estimates of the energy price trends. This is very common mistakes and very common risk in this kind of projects. Energy contracting, well, energy performance contracting is very much and strongly encouraged by our ministry, by the European Commission as well. For all this, for many reasons, it was encouraged in combination with cohesion funds. That's how we can find the ESCO companies who are interested in participating in this sort of private-public partnerships. At this moment in Celje, we have this ratio 60-40, when the 40% was the public funds and 60% was have to be by the cohesion, by the ESCO company. So either through the bank loans, through the private funds, or other funds, doesn't matter. It has to be this ratio 60-40. And energy performance contracting is one of the key measures for our operational program for the implementation of the European cohesion policy in period 2014 and 2020. So in order to promote and encourage energy performance contracting, a project office, Slovenian project office for energy renovation of building was established within the Ministry of Infrastructures in 2015. So all the public partners can find, also private partners can find all the relevant informations and guidelines to execute energy performance contracting. And I said, as 2014, we launched also the guidelines for the implementation of energy efficiency improvement measures in public building on the principle of the energy contracting. I believe that we were one of the first countries in the Southeast Europe that launched such guidelines. So we have basically two kinds of energy contracting. One is energy performance contracting. This is mainly where investors, work, supply, or service in that measure are paid for in relation to the contractually agreed level of energy efficiency improvement. So the investment is paid back by the savings of the energy, and the other one is energy supply contracting, and this one refers primarily to the supply side. Provision of heating or cooling, electricity or steam or compressed air. The last two are mainly for the industry or other forms of useful energy in efficient manners. I believe that you all know about the energy performance contracting. It's very important that this period come as soon as possible when energy cost saving for the buildings are occur and both benefit both public partner and also the private partner. These are some of these processes. It's very important to have political support on this, that people understand that this is very good for the municipality, that we, with ESCO services, we don't spend our money at the beginning, but we improve the living condition and the operating conditions in the buildings. These are also some models of the implementation of energy contracting, especially in the public sector. It's very important that we research the expression of interest, so that we define that we can find that we can do some selections on the ESCO companies on the market, that there is some interest on the market for the ESCO services, to invite this one to prepare on to collect this tender documentation and to elaborate and to submit the offers for the municipality. So in this phase, we believe that it would be ideal to find 5 to 10 ESCO companies at the beginning. This is rather difficult in our country, but if we have like 5 companies, then we can make a selection. We can see what are the possibilities for these companies, to implement comprehensive reconstruction of the buildings. It's very important that with the energy performance contracting, the risk mainly goes to private partners. This is also requirements in our national legislation, that all the risk for the risk and planning, for the additional work, for the delays, for quality performance, for financing, maintenance, is strictly entirely on the private partner. The risk of planning and design, of getting approvals, license, and other documents is on the both sides, for the client, public and private sector, and also they share risk on the upgrades, ownerships, insurance, and the system usage is on the both of the partners. Energy supply contract. This is the model which measures of the renovating heating and cooling system, or in the construction of the district heating systems, are financed by the contractor, and they supply the public partner with the heat, cool, or other sources of energy. It is very important for both of these systems, energy supply contracting, energy performance contracting. The public sector is not considered as public contracting authority borrowing. So it is not, these two systems are not part of the limitation of the municipal borrowing system. What are the benefits of energy contracting? Of course, reduction of the operational cost. Then it's facility improvement. It's basically always the new equipment installed into the building. It's custom-made solutions for each buildings. Then there is an alternative source of facility funding, budget relief, and financial risk relief for the municipality. Non-core activities are outsourced to focus mainly on the mission of the energy reconstructions. Simplicity of having a single source provider, for example, technical risk management and guaranteed performance are strictly on the private partners, so these are the benefits. And of course, saving the money. It can be, especially the energy performance contracting, can be agreed that at the beginning also immediately reduce the price for the energy also for the public partner. So we reduce the cost, we reduce the amount of the energy, and of course, consequently, we reduce also the greenhouse gas emission as well. What are the differences between energy supply contracting and energy performance contracting? There are some, of course, advantages. There is scope of the application. Basically, in the energy performance contracting do motivate the users to reduce energy consumptions, to follow the savings of the energy, while the energy supply contracting, they selling the heat energy, and they're not very much focused on the rational use of the energy, if I may say so. And they are, of course, they would like to sell as much energy as possible. But these are one of the basic differences between those two models. So here are some of the differences. I would like to say that the duration of the contract is for the both systems mainly the same, and in many cases it's around 15 years. I will say a few words about now about the energy renovation, some case studies of the buildings. The first one will be healthcare center in Velenia. This is the city where I come from. This was very much in the line with the renovation of the entire promenade of the building. This is, the city of Velenia is 60 years old, like a modern city of Velenia, and it was built entirely due to the needs for the coal miners and to the power plant. So it started in the 50s with some constructions, and it was, as you can see, it was very socialistic buildings, and this is the look of the day of the new promenade. So it is very complex building. Healthcare center consists from the many wings, many separate buildings. That's why it was very problematic. So which wings, which part of the building should we take into the modernization? Because if we took the entire building, we will not be eligible for the cost. We will not set all the criteria to the Ministry for the Cohesion Funds. This was promenade after the renovation. It is a very large building, almost 11,000 square meters. Healthcare consists of the 6 different buildings. They have more than 300 employees, and they have approximately more than 25,000 patients per month. This is how it was before the renovation. This is after the renovation. The financing was co-financing operation for the energy reconstruction of the buildings owned by the local communities. This was from the Ministry of Infrastructures. And at the beginning, when we started with this co-financing, it was up to 100% of eligible cost, excluding VAT. So the VAT is something that the state always take away, and this VAT was not eligible cost. Altogether, we come to approximately 80% of co-financing, which is very, very good co-financing rate. Here are some requirements. Estimated savings were about almost 600 megawatt hours per year. This is quite large requirements, and also there was estimated that we have to generate some energy from renewable energy sources. It was approximately 35 megawatt hours. That means that we have to produce more than up to 10% we have to produce from the renewable. This was a problem with this healthcare center because this healthcare center is supplied by the heat and hot water from the district heating system of Velenia. This is the second largest district heating systems of Velenia, and it was the problem because this energy from the district heating system is very cheap, and they have, especially healthcare center as a huge consumer, they have negotiate a much better price comparing to the households in the city. So this was very difficult how to find and how to define this 10% of energy coming from the renewables. So that's why we decided that we are going to do something on the roof of the buildings, especially for the hot water. And so that was one of the challenges. The second challenge was how to improve the living and working comfort while the healthcare is operating, because you cannot stop the health center, for many days. So we started with this energy renovation. We start with thermal isolation of the attic and replacement of the roof covering, external walls. We replace all the windows and doors, replacement of the lighting. It was a national requirement to perform centralized heat recovery ventilation system, and also to install solar thermal collectors and heat pumps for the preparation of the hot water on the roof of the building. So this was quite a challenge. It was from the energy point of view, this was not a very optimal solution, but we have to fulfill the requirements of the tender. That's why we set all these devices on the roof of the roof. So the total investment was a little bit more than 1.1 million euros. And here are some pictures how it was before and after. This is the front entrance. This is the west wing. We also have to change the isolation and the windows. Inside, we change all the lamps inside with the LED lines. It was very challenging to set the centralized heat recovery ventilation systems with the recuperations because it had to be changed for more than 7,000 cubic meters per hour. So where to place it, it was not, because it was a relatively large device, so we have to find the place where we could place this device and how we're going to install it through the entire healthcare center home. So this is also this production of the hot water from the solar panels on the roof of the buildings. That's how we actually generate a little bit more than 10% of the energy for the entire operation of the buildings from the renewables. This is energy consumptions after the energy efficient renewable. So you can see that there was some significant reductions of the energy consumption, both for the heat and for the electricity. We also reduce CO2 emissions. We also reduce some costs. Approximately 7,000 euros per year was reduction of the costs on an annual basis. So this is the energy performance number before the construction and after the reconstructions. The next building will be swimming pool of Elena. I took this one because we were very much involved from the beginning on this building, and this is a very huge consumer of the energy. It was very difficult to collection all the main data because nobody's been in charge for this one, not even our agency. And we thought that there is another energy managers, but then we realized there was no energy manager. Nobody's been collecting the data for the energy consumption in this building. So we have to perform very detailed energy audit for this building. And we started with the collection for all the invoices for the building. What was the problem with this pool was that it is very limited usage, so that it's not operation in like a full hours. It's only operating in the afternoon when there is some trainings of the swimming club, local swimming club, and there is some fitness on the top of this. And there was a huge price for heating the pool, which was a 25 meters pool, and there were some problems. So what we took the thermographic camera, and we measured thermographic analysis of the buildings. We very much, when we calculate the savings, we very much have to take into the consideration the so-called degree days. How cold or warm this location is, degree days. This compares the mean outdoor temperature recorded for a location to a standard temperature. In Slovenia, the standard temperature is 20 degrees. So the more extreme the outside temperature, the higher the number of degree days are, and the high number of degree days generally results in higher level of energy use for the space heating or cooling. So that's how we could calculate if this swimming pool would be in use for entire time. So that's how we started. We, of course, investigate the thermal isolation of the buildings. We investigate the windows, heating, air conditioning system, and equipment, and the temperature control systems in the swimming pool. We propose these kind of the measures. Of course, one of the first one, very important one, is the energy management, then isolation, replacement of all the windows and doors, renovation of the pool water heating system, preparation, construction to extension to the existing building. So there will be some extensions of this building, renovation of lighting, and renovation of the pool water heating system. This was realized after the investment. Reduction of these primary energy consumptions was set for the 503 tons of CO2 equivalent to 148. So this was a significantly reduction of the energy in these facilities. And this was estimated, the financial plan. The value of the operation was estimated on almost 1.2 million of euros. The eligible cost represents 934. So that when we do reconstruct, municipality decided they will do some other measures, other investments which are not directly connected with energy efficiency, and we consider them as uneligible costs. The participation of the municipality was approximately estimated on the 61,000 euros, from the parallel partner more than 600,000 euros, and from participation from the state, from the cohesion fund, was 282. This was estimated, but due to during the work implementation, some additional works happened. For the energy renovation of the swimming pool facility, we found that we can save energy also with some additional measures, and these additional measures were not eligible. For the needs of installing underfloor heating around a large pool, it was necessary to previously remove all installed elements on the floor and demolish all lower layers above the reinforced concrete slab on the large pool. And also after the cleaning and repairing the cracks, the waterproof coating was carried out, which prevent the outflow of pool water in the vicinity of the pool as in the overflow channels. So then investment significantly increased. Also the participation of the municipality were significantly higher, and also the participation of the private partner increased, while the participation from the cohesion fund logically remained the same. So this was after the renovation. It's a very nice building in the center of the city. Now we come to this Celski dom, which is the building under cultural heritage. It's from 1906. This building is in the municipality of Celje. The problem is that it was very comprehensive and very complex reconstruction of this building. It's also called like German Dom or Deutsches Haus in Chile. This is German for it's more than 4,000 square meters of conditioning surface and more than 7,000 of the entire envelope of this building, and approximately 700 square meters of the windows and doors surfaces. It was very huge consumption of the energy, but you have to take into consideration that this was not fully operating dome because of the many it used to be a cinema inside of this, and some of the large rooms or halls remain empty or unused due to this closing of the cinema and theater in this building. So it was estimated that total investments for the refurbishment of this building was set for 2.18 million euros. Heat savings was approximately 151,000 kilowatt hours, and annual savings was estimated for the 26,000 euros. So if we can take a very brief look, this is approximately 100 years of the payback period for this building. That's why we have to take it into this pool of the other buildings to be interesting for the private partners. So for the private partner was selected Energetyczny Celje. This is a municipality Celje-owned company for the distribution of the gas in the city. So It's a little bit contradictory. On one side, it's a company who distribute heat to the city, is investing into the energy saving measures into this large building of the cultural heritage in the distance. So 9.5% is coming from the municipality of Celje and 40% from the cohesion funds of the Republic of Slovenia. The municipality of Celje signed a contract with the Minister of Infrastructures for the co-financing, and then City of Celje and Energetica Celje signed the cohesion contract for the implementation of the project, and the whole amount for the project will be financed by this Energetica Celje. So they will, after the Ministry of Infrastructure review the application and approve it, then the municipality will receive 40% of this money of the project. And after this, they will return almost 50% of the money to the Energetica Celje after the implementation. So the contract is signed for the 15 years. This is very usual, duration of this project. And Energetica Celje will be responsible for all the maintaining and operating of the building in this time. What are the advantages of the municipality? They will get energy refurbished building under control of the Institute for the Protection of the Cultural Heritage. This was one of the major requirements, that we need approval from this Institute of the Protection of the Cultural Heritage. We also have to perform, and Energetica Celje also have to do the so-called conservation plan. How do you going to preserve and conserve all the these historical details on the windows, on the facade, on the attics, on the floor, and the roofs, etc. So everything, and this conservation plan costed, only this conservation plan costed approximately 50,000 euro. The municipality will not worry about any maintenance for the period of the 15 years, and their contribution is relatively low, 9.5%. Of course, they will pay back this investment back to the Energetica Celje, but this will be in the period of the 15 years. So, what were the main goals? You know, which historic plan should we take into consideration from 1996, or the original one, or in 1946, because during the war this building was totally demolished. So that was the problem. Which plan should we take into the consideration? You see, there is some details. There was 183 different pieces of the windows and doors, and there was no standard windows, no standard doors, nothing was standard. Here, how to implement IT system for the energy monitoring, how to replace fluorescent bulbs, how to implement these internal lighting systems into this. There were some old ventilation systems, you know, that the moisture occur in this building, so there were some problems with the moistures as well. There are some details how, you know, according to the previous pictures, according to the previous designing plans of this building, you know, how to approach to the refurbishment of this kind of the buildings. A lot of details, a lot of very significant details, which that's why the city is very proud of these buildings, but when it comes to the renovation, it's very complex, very difficult, and very a lot of headaches occurred. Of course, we have to follow all these rules for this institute for the cultural heritage. And here's some pictures, some details, how detailed plans were made by this institute and also by the Energetica Celje. There is some pictures of this renovation, how in details that we undergo to do so. This building has been recently finished. That's why I only have some limited pictures of this renovation and how it was before, and how unsecure this building actually was to be operated. And this is in the city center of the city. So at the end, it was successful implementation. The building now is operating. The municipality also offers the office to be part of this, to be rented in this office, and it's a very huge interest from the private sector, to have offices and to lease these rooms inside of this building. At the end, I would like to present also some how the monitoring system was implemented in the one large building in the hospital of Celem. This is very important building. It's the third largest hospital in Slovenia, and there is more than 1,600 employees, and they treat 35,000 patients per year, and treats inpatients and 260,000 people as part of some specialist and outpatient systems. So it's a very large building that undergo the entire refurbishment in 2014, I guess. I'm not quite sure, 2013 and 2014. There was a direct grant from the state, as a government-owned building, and it was very specific tender for the hospitals at that time. It was a huge consumption. Before the renovation, there was a specific consumption of 550 kilowatt hours per square meters on an annual basis, and after the renovations, we reduced it to the almost 300 kilowatt hours per square meters. To monitor all the parameters, they implement central supervisory control system. There is an 8 SCADA systems, supervisory control and data acquisitions. So basically, there is 40 places on 8 SCADA system, and when we are monitoring more than 450 data points, we are measuring the electrical energy meters. We have a gas meters, hot water meters, water heating energy meters, cooling energy meters, air condition, vacuum, temperature, pressures. These are all measures by these devices, and they estimated on the annual savings just for this due to this monitoring system is estimated on the average of the 7% per year. This software platform can be installed on web services within the company or the available SaaS system. SaaS system is service software as a service or cloud-based solution. And this platform can acquire data from measuring devices and sensor by using some special computer books, COMBOX communication devices developed in-house, or can connect to the other devices or backend system, just providing additional information on energy consumption, efficiency, and operation of the devices to the users. And this platform is fully compliant with the ISO 50001 standard requirements. So that would be all from my side. Should there be any questions, I remain available for any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bojan. This was really impressive. A lot of interesting and very different case studies that could be really used as an inspiration for our region cities and also for our students being here in the room. And I agree with Claudia's comment on the chat that Celje is a stunning place. Yes, I had a chance to be there and really liked it also. From your presentation, we can see that despite, like you said yesterday, a lack of legal frameworks for energy performance contracting, that it's actually happening on the place. So the question is, how do you see the development of energy performance contracting or so-called alternative funding methods in the future? So we're entering the new perspective, new financing perspective of the EU budget. What we can hear is that the EU is planning to give less non-repayable grants and to go more into involving private sector into funding investments. So how you see the development of ESCO market or other including private partners financing instruments in Slovenia in the coming years?
Well, I believe that it's very important to also involve the private partners into this financing scheme because in this case, the private partners can control the services, they can control materials, they can control all the procedures that is necessary to implement a high quality energy refurbishment. From the other side, it's very good also that municipalities do not face the risk for the implementation, especially for the smaller scale municipalities with the lack of the appropriate staff. And I'm very positive because it was at the beginning in 2015, 2016, we have some pilot projects on the energy performance contracting. People were very suspicious, especially in municipalities, was this attitude that who's going to now make money out of my buildings, But then you realize that there is money they have to pay. Anyway, they have to pay, whether they pay it for the energy or whether they pay it as a savings for the local company or local company. And that means that we can trigger the constructions sector to be more efficient, to start developing after the crash in the 2018, this crisis. So I strongly believe that energy performance contracting is now a recognizable tool for both for the public partner and also for the private partners, because we also had the problems that the private partners were afraid to approach with this kind of the co-financing towards the public partner. But then they realized that the public partner is very secure partner, very reliable. They receive the payment in every period of time, and it's only they have to, and also we involve them into the later procedures. So now the private partner also stimulate the users for the rational use of energy. I see the people from the companies to have workshops in the schools, in the kindergartens, in some other buildings, and they start educating, they start sharing experience, and they start informing the users of the buildings, how to be rational with the energy.
Okay, so that's very good. Another question. I have 3 more questions, but if there is someone in the room who would like to ask also the speaker the question, then please use the chat function in between. The other question is, what kind of buildings you would find the most energy consuming right now and the most challenging to deal with regarding
on the first floor, I would say the old buildings. Old buildings with all day 24/7 period of time of the processes. This is like schools with some afternoon activities, with some inefficient isolation, and with old heating system. These are the buildings which are the most interesting for the ESCO companies. When we're talking about cultural homes, for example, theaters, cinemas, they only have a limited processes. They only have processes in the late afternoon or in the evening, and they don't have a whole day consumption of the energy. And this kind of the energy is very difficult, to approach the, I would say, financially interesting modernization. Also, we have problems with some buildings where there is where it's so demolished that there is no energy consumption, there is no processes, there is no meetings, nothing happening inside. How are we going to calculate energy savings? How are we going to how the municipality would pay the savings of the energy towards the ESCO company. So that's, in these cases, that's how we're going to define with these degree days. We estimate what would be the annual consumption of the energy if there will be a full processes, full operations in this building. So this we have, in any case, we have to combine the buildings. We have to know all the properties of the buildings. We have to know all the potential of the buildings, so we can make a pool of the buildings, and that's something we can present to the ESCO company. And in these cases, we will have all the buildings refurbished in a quality manner.
Perfect. And the last question, the question that is, I guess, quite fashionable right now because it concerns the COVID pandemic and the situation. Did it influence the construction sector and the energy renovation sector in Slovenia? For us, we can see that we have quite different opinions from the municipalities. So on the one hand, like you said, the labor market is different, so there are not enough workers from the east. But on the other hand side, they said that they get better tenders, let's say, in the tendering processes, and also the fact that the schools, for example, are closed kind of makes it easier to go there with technical renovation. So how is your perspective, how the COVID situation impacted the energy renovation sector or situation?
Yeah, well, if I'm talking from my personal point of view, for the last year, I didn't travel a lot. I haven't been abroad. I didn't go for the ski. So I saved some money. That's why my wife said, okay, we have some money, let's do some refurbishment in the house. So we did start it. So I would say in generally, people do have now some money, and we have a local craftsmen. It's very difficult to find local craftsmen, to do some minor works. You can always find the craftsman, you can always find the subcontractor for the larger works, but for minor constructions, it's very difficult to find. I didn't notice that there will be some limitation on the labor markets due to the COVID, because it was, for the business transport, the borders were very much open, only there were some requirements about the testing and so on. So I didn't notice. But I noticed that there are some new regulations, especially for the heating system, for the ventilation systems in the buildings, that they will have to take into consideration this COVID situation. So there will have to be some. They're in preparation phase, some new regulation on the ventilation system, basically for the heat ventilation and air conditioning systems. There will be some new regulation, definitely. I notice also that many people are working from home. So many companies who in the past who lease some offices, they're not working in these offices anymore. So people are working more at home now. And we have a very flexible working shop, I would say. And yeah, of course, there will be some changes, not so many significant changes, but yeah, and also people see that these construction companies, they have a lot of work now, and I think that this will boost this construction market, and that we will have more subcontractors, and to have a more competitive constructions in the future.
Okay, so thank you very much for your contribution and for the whole presentation. I think it was really great insight into the Slovenian situation and the Slovenian case studies that really can be an inspiration also for our cities and our regions. Very soon we will move to another important topic, which is the topic of utilization of renewable energy sources. Which will be presented by Chiara Lazzari from Ambiente Italia. Since I have some few more minutes, really few, I will not go deep into the next of my presentation, but I just wanted to show you some inputs that we have gathered, also together with Sergio, if he's still here within the Rebus project, that might be also useful for other bodies, other institutions planning implementation of energy retrofitting measures in their buildings. So I will be very short and quick so that we could move to the next presentation very short. Just showing the basic conclusions that we have from another project. So before Boštena, I presented you a project about the project together about integration of different types of energy efficiency measures in buildings. And there is yet another European project that we have been implementing in collaboration with Sergio, actually, who was our coordinator, and thank you very much for that. It's the Rebus project. It was the project about finding the good paths for renovation for energy efficient buildings. I will be extremely short. So Rebus in a nutshell, this is a project that started in April 2016 and ended in March 2021, although we have some hopes that we will manage to still continue working together on the topic. The coordinator was Florentine Energy Agency that has been recently transferred to another agency where Sergio was the coordinator. It was a project financed from the Interreg Europe program, and its objective was to support local self-governments in improving energy efficiency of public buildings through designing so-called model energy renovation path, which provides guidelines on planning, implementation, and monitoring on energy renovation works conducted in buildings, as well as on building capacities of people who are involved in the process. So by people involved in the process, we mean both the municipal staff that is involved in energy renovation projects and the local stakeholders that might be involved in such projects, as well as the building users. The project also aimed at improvement of selected policy instruments which support implementation of energy renovation works. What is quite relevant within the project in each of the countries involved, we have created regional stakeholders groups who are working on development of model energy renovation path that I already mentioned, and which included representatives of bodies and institutions working in the field of energy efficiency and in particular in the field of energy renovation. So in our regional stakeholder group, we have representatives of local and regional self-governments, non-governmental organizations, some thematic media, science and research institutes, financing institutions, local and regional energy or development agency, private companies, and thematic clusters. The key, let's say, the key tasks of the regional stakeholder groups was to first of all, analyze the up-to-date experiences and situation in the region concerning energy renovation of public buildings, including identification of the most important needs of local self-governments, let's say some weaknesses and strengths of the energy renovation projects that they are implementing, as well as the key challenges they face and possible solutions to these key challenges based on the good practices and case studies as those presented already today. Then the regional stakeholder group aimed at participation in the identification of good practices in the area of building energy renovation, and using these good practices, using their experiences, using their expert opinion to support the development of the model energy renovation path for public buildings that was constructed as a result of interregional also exchanges on the project level. Regarding the analysis of the initial situation, together with all the project partners, we analyzed the 4 thematic areas. So how the investments are being planned, how they are being implemented, how they are being monitored, and what are the capacities or lacks in capacities of the people involved in these processes. I will not go into details because we don't have that much time, but in each, this is the result of the Polish, let's say, context analysis, so the situation of Polish renovation project. So on each of the stages, we have found that there are some shortcomings, some needs that need to be considered in the future. So regarding, for example, planning investments, we can see that our cities are lacking energy managers, so the people who are actually able to be dealing with energy management and also energy management in buildings. We can see that the prioritization of investments is not really done based on the good criteria, but mostly on the political criteria. We can see that there is not enough time devoted to the planning phase of the investment, and a lack of holistic vision towards the building. Regarding the financing and implementation of investment, we can see that there are quite in the previous perspective, there have been quite a lot of funds, non-repayable grants for investments, but actually the cities, the municipalities are not really familiar with and not really interested in using alternative funding sources such as like ESCOs. So it's good that there are already some good experiences and good examples from Slovenia that we may use as an inspiration. On the implementation phase, we can see also that there is lack of correct communication with the contractors, that the projects are sometimes just, let's say, surface projects, not really comprehensive, deep renovations, etc. At the monitoring stage, we can see that there is actually no real monitoring. So even after a few years after the energy renovation has been made, all the reports are based on the actually project assumption and not on the real measurements. So there is a need for better monitoring of investments and involving key stakeholders in the process. And also the fourth, let's say, topic, we can see that actually this is the weakest point of all energy renovation projects, so that there is actually no efforts, no pressure made on building capacities of people involved and on involving building stakeholders and in energy management processes. And as we have heard yesterday from Sergei's presentation, involving actually building users can really contribute to the energy savings in buildings, and this is very important. Not only that they understood, for example, how the energy renovated buildings and energy renovated installation works, but also how they can change their behaviors to make sure that it is used more rationally within the building. So based on all of these analysis and analysis of good practices that we have identified within the Rebus project, the consortium has developed so-called energy renovation path. It is a set of guidelines based on Rebus good practices and exchanges and experiences, which aims at supporting local self-government in efficient planning, implementation, and in monitoring of energy renovation interventions in public buildings, as well as on improving competences of the people involved. Except for the guidelines, the energy renovation path includes also some case studies that we can refer to and links to the websites where one can find more information on the discussed aspects or good practices. The tips and advices that are included there can be applied actually to all energy renovation projects, so not only the ones done in public buildings, but also the ones done in private buildings. They aim to help to overcome the most typical challenges encountered at different stages of the project preparation, implementation, and monitoring. And they have been, as I said, developed on the basis of the regional and interregional exchange of experience and good practices. The English version of the English version of the document is available at the first link shown on the slide. So all the English-speaking participants can download it and refer to the document. There are two versions. The short version that is kind of a summary of what we have found out and what we have proposed, and the full version, it's over 100 pages, but includes a very detailed descriptions of all the steps, all the guidelines concerning energy renovation preparation, implementation, and monitoring, including references to the key projects, key documents, and key case studies. At the link below, you may find also the Polish version for the Polish-speaking participants. The energy renovation path focuses on 4, let's say, topics related with energy renovation of buildings. So first of all, planning the renovation. So how to identify buildings for renovation, how to prioritize them, how to collect data, how to prepare the whole renovation. Then there is part focusing on implementation. So how to do the tendering, how to finance the investments, how to search for available funding schemes, etc. Then we have monitoring. So what are the tools available on the market? What are the means of the verification of the energy savings achieved, etc. And the fourth part is kind of horizontal theme. So it's about capacity building. So building capacity for municipal staff involved in the project, building capacities of stakeholders involved in the projects, and involving building users, so like end users in energy management practices in energy saving efforts. Each part covers introduction, key steps and general guidelines, key activities with reference to case studies and good practices, and some do's and don'ts. So what to remember about when planning, implementing and monitoring energy retrofitting projects, and what not to do. What is important, the guidebook also contains references to the Rebus good practices that are included in the Rebus database. So I think that they might be also of interest for you. These are different types of good practices that have been identified within the project and that concern different stages of project preparation. So we have like technical good practices. So for example, the good practice from Niepołomice municipality from Poland, who did a very deep and comprehensive thermal retrofit of most of their public buildings. That is part of the long-term sustainable energy strategy. They also included renewable energy sources in many of their public buildings, making some of them energy self-sufficient. What is interesting, we also have here an example of the retrofitting of cultural heritage site, let's say. So the Niepołomice, they have a castle, the royal castle, that is a very old and a very protected building that actually is right now equipped with the heat pumps that are fueled with PV panels that have been located in the gardens around the castle. So it was quite an effort to cooperate with the cultural heritage protection department of the city, but they eventually managed to have the castle practically fueled with renewable energy sources. Then we have, for example, examples of green roofs installation, of modernization of internal lighting. Here is also the very interesting project proposed by the city of Malmö, who implemented in one of their schools modern lighting systems based on LED, but also using so-called human-centric lighting. So it's not only that we have energy-efficient lights, but also the lights that are following the natural cycle of natural biological cycle of people, and thus improving their concentration and work and comfort within the day. There are also other practices. So, for example, on how to finance energy retrofitting works, how to monitor energy retrofitting works, how to cooperate with contractors, or how to ensure environmental education. What I would like to share with you right now, these are the last two slides, but I think it might be of relevance for you, is that the Interreg Europe has a program for the last years of their existence, has collected a lot of good practices in 4 thematic areas, so research and innovation, small and medium enterprise competitiveness, low carbon economy, and environment and resource efficiency, that are available on their good practice catalog that is freely open to anyone that wants to check it. So if you're interested in any case studies, in any good practices from Europe and from this thematic areas, including low carbon economy, so including also sustainable buildings, energy efficient buildings, feel free to browse through the Interreg Europe good practice catalog and search for good practices that might be also for inspiration, either for your practical work or for your research. And here is on the slide the link to the website. So this is all I wanted to say about the buildings before the break. I think that we may now again take 10-minute break, and then at one move to the another topic, another very important topic, which is utilization of renewable energy sources, that will be presented by Cecilia Resaldi from the Ambiente Italia, with the contribution again from me, because we've been involved also in this. We are also involved in the project, and also some other partners. So let's take the 10-minute break and see each other at 1. Okay, so good morning, everyone. After the short break, I hope that you still have power for the next presentations. For now, we are moving from the topic of energy efficiency in buildings and energy efficiency in the transportation systems towards another very important topic related with the decarbonization of economy, which is use of renewable energy sources, and in particular use of renewable energy sources in district heating networks. We have here with us Chiara Lazzari from Ambiente Italia, who will speak about the development and implementation of advanced policies and support schemes that help in wider use of renewable energy sources in local district heating systems. I have a pleasure to also jump in with some conclusions from Poland towards the presentations, as we are implementing this project together with Chiara. But Chiara, please present it. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. I would like to thank the organizer for this good opportunity. And I work in the energy department of Ambiente Italia, that is an advisory Italian company dealing with, in general, environmental sustainability. Ambiente Italia is, here my presentation, the lead partner of an Interact Central Europe project, the Entrain project. And I'm here just
Chiara, we're not seeing your presentation. I don't know if you're sharing already.
You can't see it?
No, we can see only you.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, sorry for this inconvenience.
No problem, now we see it, perfect.
Okay. So, let's start from the beginning. Okay. So, I was saying, in Ambiente Italia, that is an Italian advisory company. I work in the energy department. And Ambiente Italia is the lead partner of the Entrain project, that is a project funded within the Interact Central Europe program, in the third call of the Interact Central Europe program. Entrain is the acronym of Enhancing Renewable Heat Planning for Improving the Air Quality of Communities. It's a 3 years project. It has started in April 2019 and will end at the end of March 2022. And the project focus, as Patricia has already introduced, is the renewable RES-DH, I like to say. So is the renewable energy sources in small district heating networks. And I won't be alone in my presentation. Other two partners will jump in. One is NEC, as Patricia has already said, and the other is Francesco Locatelli from the Energy Agency of Friuli Venezia Giulia region, an Italian partner. The Train project has 11 partners from 6 different countries: Austria, Croatia, Poland, Slovenia, Germany, and Italia. PNEC is one of our project partners, and we are very happy of that. The main goal of the project is to develop and implement advanced policies and support measures for a wider diffusion of efficient and sustainable local RES-DH systems. Efficient and sustainable and local are 3 key words that you have to keep in mind if you enter the Entrain project. So the project will be developed is being developed in 5 target regions: energy cities networks in Poland, Friuli Venezia Giulia, as I've already said, in Italy, the Northwest region in Croatia, the Savinska, Zaleska, and Koroška regions in Slovenia, and Baden-Württemberg in Germany. And why we have chosen just to focus on district heating from renewable energy and sources. Because local renewable-based district heating has great power, great potentiality, they can speed up the energy transition towards the 2050 decarbonization targets by reducing fossil fuels consumptions and emissions, CO2 emissions. They can provide more flexible and resilient heating system because by integrating different sources, the district heating systems plants can be less dependent on climate and market conditions or on availability of resources or on user needs. So they are more resilient to changes in different fields. They can make energy or heat more accessible and cheaper for final users. And also, and last but not least, they can strengthen the local acceptance of renewable energies and diffusions, the acceptance and diffusion of renewables by boosting local economy, because by counteracting energy poverty and also by improving local conditions and in particularly local air quality. Moreover, last but not least, they can support, they very well enter the world of the energy communities. Please remember that energy communities are a focus point of the European strategies towards decarbonization, and energy communities are not only electricity, but also heat. So small district heating systems based on local renewable energies can strongly support the setup of local energy communities. So some other challenges that have to be faced when for the diffusion and the implementation of renewable district heating systems. First of all, the public authorities and local governments should have a central role, setting up local strategies and developing action plans, local action plans. A bottom-up approach has to be followed when planning such this kind of intervention, taking into consideration involving all relevant actors in the local energy chain. This bottom-up approach should set up cooperation and should be based on the cooperation and participative processes, local processes. District heating systems have to be planned to be successful and sustainable, be planned, realized, and operated and managed correctly. So efficiency and financial and environmental sustainability should be assured for the if we want that they can diffuse on a large scale. So local communities engagement and plants quality are the keys for a wide diffusion of district heating based on renewable energies. These was the main topics we have focused when planning and preparing and then implementing the Entrain projects. So now let's enter the activities and the main result achieved so far. For the development of the Entrain project, we have followed a very simple but very effective approach that I have, that is presented in this slide. We have foreseen two main phases, preparing the ground phase and the making the change phase. And The two phases are being developed on the basis of a very important, a very huge and wide knowledge transfer process, just to support the target regions in all the activities and in achieving the result foreseen by the projects. And following the local communities involvement approach, all the activities in the project will be developed and followed by local and regional communities. So always by involving the regional and local communities. So for this reason, the first step of the project has been the regional stakeholder advisory group set up. Each target regions has contacted, has involved the regional and local communities, and set up sort of involved all main representatives of relevant national regions and local actors working and in the regional energy system. So all, as I already said, all the key project activities are being developed within and with the help of their SAGs. Who's in their SAGs? Local and regional authorities, sectoral agencies, utilities, infrastructure and service providers, interest groups, higher education and research, business support organizations, and so on. So let's, as I said, all the activities have been, all the project development has been supported by a very huge and ambitious capacity building program. We have foreseen a knowledge transfer activities from partner regions with highly advanced planning capacities and a long-term experience on energy planning, on renewable energies, and particularly on renewable energy district heating. Our most skilled partners are the Styria Energy Agency from Austria and the Baden-Württemberg partners in Germany. The aim of these activities, of this capacity building program, is to increase the skills and know-how in the project target regions. So we have foreseen, first of all, some train-the-trainer sessions targeted to all project partners. And on the basis of this train-the-trainer session, some regional trainings have been and will be organized in each target regions, tailored for different types of target groups. Moreover, furthermore, these training session in the origin, in our idea, will be supported and integrated by some study tours and case studies and analysis. Finally, the capacity building program has foreseen the drafting of guidelines and presenting, collecting all project results, project methodologies developed, and procedures. And the capacity building program has been, is being enriched by a very interesting cross fertilization activity with other EU projects dealing with energy planning and particularly with district heating from renewable sources. We have selected several twin projects, and we are always in contact with them, exchanging experiences, attending events, and exchanging results and best practices. We have so far all the materials and all the events of the capacity building program has been and will be collected on the project website in a training toolbox. That is, so far we have foreseen 5 train-the-trainer sessions. So by the end, within the end of the project, so far we have already organized 3 of them. And you can find all the documents on the materials on our website. Furthermore, we have foreseen 20 local training sessions developed on the basis of the train-the-train session. And so far, all the material in national language has been and will be collected on our website in a specific section of our website, as you can see from this slide. And in this section, you will all the documents and materials from the local trainings will be available for download. And so far, if I'm not mistaken, all target regions have already organized 2 local trainings. Someone has already organized all, the German, they are in advanced, but we are going on very well despite COVID emergency. I should say that the partners have been very efficient in this period, and they succeed in organize the training by webinars and video calls. So we didn't lose anything, I should say, and we are very satisfied of this, but the effort of our partners has been very, very huge. So if I know that now, Patricia, we can jump in, just focusing on some of the training activities developed in Poland. Please.
Okay, I would just jump in for a very, very short addition to what Chiara has said. So like she said, the very important part of our project is training not only local and regional authorities, but also all other bodies, stakeholders interested in the topic of the development of renewable-based district heating. So what I wanted to say is that in case of Poland, we already had 2 local trainings, which might be of interest for you because the recordings are available on our website, and also the presentations are available on our website if anybody is interested in the topic. So the first local training focused on, let's say, preparation of the projects concerning development of small district heating networks using renewables. So we discussed what is the actually renewable energy potential in Poland, what is the renewable energy potential in district heating in Poland, how to approach the project, so how to analyze the heat demand on the specific area, how to analyze the renewable energy potential in the specific area, and how to plan the investment starting from the very first pre-feasibility study to the commissioning phase. So this is what you can learn from the first local training, like I said, which is available online, and where the presentations are also available online. The second local training focused more on the economics and fundings of such projects. So we have discussed what are the available funding sources for renewable based district heating. Of course, we are now in a very specific moment in history. So in between the 2 really funding perspectives of the EU, so we don't know so much what will be the support schemes in the future. Also, the policies, national and youth, are changing, but still we have discussed some first thoughts about the state of the art and where we are now, and we also discussed how to conduct, how to analyze the economics and how to prepare feasibility, economic and technical feasibility study of different types of RES-based district heating. So the district heating that is based on biomass and biogas, on waste heat and on solar thermal energy. So also these presentations and recordings are available on our website. What is quite relevant, I believe, is that in each of these training we had the participation of our expert countries from expert partners from other countries that are a bit more advanced than Poland in using renewables in district heating networks. So we had the Austrian partners and the German partners presenting their case studies. So if anybody's interested, I really invite you to visit the websites and to see the recordings or download the presentations. And I give the floor to Chiara back.
Okay, thank you. And just to thank you, Patricia, because you have detailed some important issues that I have forgotten. And first of all, the trainers sessions are in English. You can find on our website the videos. We have recorded them. And the trainings will be focused and will be focused on all the phases of for the development of a RES-DH project. So the trainings will deal with planning aspects on issues, technical issues, economical and financial issues. So it's a very wide group of issues and topics that will support our target regions in the development and the initialization of district heating projects and interventions. So this is very important. And so far, so everything is available for download. As I told you before, we at the beginning when we planned and we set up our project, we have thought to support the capacity building program with some study tours, so some visits to real plants, existing plants and pilot plants, just to enrich the knowledge transfer and the experience that for our regions. Unfortunately, the COVID emergency didn't afford that, but we didn't give up. And so we decided to, we thought to virtual study tours. So we have collected, and we are still collecting, the activity is not ended and didn't end. And we have collected videos of some existing and district heating plants across Europe. We have collected them and put them on our project website, and we have set up a virtual study tours toolbox. So far, we have collected 10 different videos. They are very interesting. I don't know if at the end of my intervention we will have time, but we can show at least one of them, we will see. And so we are going on searching and looking for new videos, and by the end of the project, we hope to increase the number of videos collected. And they are, of course, they are in different languages because they come from different countries, European countries, but you can add automatic English subtitles, so they are. It's a very interesting opportunity, and we also in this case we can we have been able to face the COVID emergency and obtain very good results. So go on. So first activity, as I told you before in my scheme, was the preparing the ground phase. All the target regions have developed a very detailed survey of their territory as for of the regional energy system. So has to have a clear framework, a clear framework of the local situation as for energy needs, type of energy final users, main critical aspects of the as for energy production and consumptions, and also an initial surveys of the local and regional potential from renewables and the local and regional potential for district heating diffusion. And all the results of this initial survey and of potential assessment have been collected along with methodologies that have been used by all target regions in guidelines that are available for replication, so as to support replication in other countries and in other regions outside the consortium. Guidelines are obviously, of course, at disposal available on our website for download. This has been a very important phase because has given to the target region all the elements to start making the change and start implementing district heating plants based on renewable local energy sources. So once again, if Patricia wants to jump in just to present main results of the initial surveys in Poland.
Yes, I will jump in, but I will be super quick because I'm really interested also to the next presentation from the Italian case studies. And I think this is also very interesting for our participants. But still, since we have also the people from other countries in our room and we have also the students in our room, I would just like to very quickly share with you the results of the initial survey on the renewable energy sources used in Poland and how it can be applied in the district heating network. So I guess it will not come as a surprise to anyone that our energy sector, including district heating sector, is still very much based on fossil fuels. So the coal, the natural gas are the key energy sources used. However, we can see that the share of renewables is steadily increasing. In 2018, it's the share of RES in the overall energy mix came to 11.16%. The main sources of renewable energy are solid biofuels, wind and liquid biofuels. So mostly biomass is the key source that we are using as a renewable energy source, especially in the larger systems. The share, of course, of different RES is changing in time with the growing tendency again for biofuels, biogas and solar energy, and the decreasing tendency for the wind and water energy, which is mostly, I think, combined with unfavorable legal frameworks for now. Regarding the further renewable use potential, again, the largest one is associated with the wind energy and the biomass energy. The key documents that somehow will create the frameworks for the future development of renewable energy sources in the whole energy mix is the National Plan for Climate and Energy, which includes the national targets until 2030, and among which there is the 14% share of RES in transportation, 20 to 23% RES share in final energy consumption, and annual increase of RES share in district heating and cooling of 1.1 percentage points. Next slide. The plan basically foresees the diversification of energy mix. So it foresees that gradually we will change from fossil fuels to the renewables, but maintaining the high security of energy supplies and making sure that the transition costs are acceptable for the economy. Regarding the development of RS, it's mostly foreseen that it will be developed on the local level to make sure of the optimal use of the national and the local RS potential. The next slide. Okay, maybe let's not go into the details. So the next slide, so that we could move forward. So here you can see how today and in the future the RES sharing heating and cooling system should look like. So basically the assumption is that it will increase by 1.1 percentage point annually, although we personally at PNS believe that we have more capacities on the national level to have this sped up if there are favorable national and financial frameworks. And the next slide. Regarding specifically the district heating sector in Poland, it is quite well developed compared to other countries. So we have quite well developed district heating networks in cities with a quite steady increase of district heating network length from year to year. But again, most of the district heating networks are mostly working on coal and natural gas. So there is still a lot to do to introduce more renewable energy sources in the system. So coal domination in district heating system is basically a major problem, not only for the global climate change, etc., but also for the local environment, and also for the economy, as we are seeing that we are facing more and more restricting standards for gas and particulate matter emissions. Also, the higher prices of energy allowances, we can see that the fossil fuel-based district heating costs will be increasing. So the only solution is to implement more renewables into the system. So considering that district heating, the most important renewable energy source, which can be used in new or modernized systems, is solar energy, biomass and biogas, which is produced mainly at the biogas plants at the landfill sites and sewage treatment plants. In some region of the countries, there is also good access to the geothermal energy. From the practical point of view, I think that the biggest potentially associated with the solid biomass, which in 2016 were the main RES used for the heat generation, reaching 95, almost 96% in the heat generation based on renewables. The second and the third one are the biogas and the municipal waste. In our project and in our research, we especially focused on the Mazowieckie Voivodeship, as we are focusing our entrain activities on the area of Płońsk and Płońsk district. So we have, which is located in the Mazowieckie Voivodeship. So we have analyzed especially the situation in the region, which has quite a considerable share in the district heating production in Poland. It is the second largest renewable energy source district heating producer. The main energy source for heat generation here are the coal, natural gas and heating oil. And among the renewables, the main source of is biomass. So it's similarly like the rest of the country. Even in the area of the Płońsk district that we are analyzing in particular, also there is a CHP working on biomass as well as a biogas station working and operating. And the last slide. Okay, so maybe we will move from that to the other slide, as we are a bit running short of time. I would like now focus on the opportunities. So the opportunities that might help us increase the renewable energy input in the district heating networks. So this is first of all EU and climate and energy policy that is very much putting in favor renewable energy sources, and especially now with the EU Green Deal and the Europe's policy to become climate neutral until 2020, we believe that there will be enough support schemes for the renewable energy sources, also the ones used in district heating or individual heating. So this is the important opportunity. Another opportunity is EU funds. Although we are not still sure how the future EU budget would look like, for sure there will be funds for supporting renewables and introduction more renewables into the energy mix. There are also some state support instruments, such as certificate-based incentive schemes, auction-based incentive schemes, feed-in tariffs for micro-installation, feed-in tariffs for certain biogas and hydro installation, obligation to purchase heat generated from renewable connected by DSO, and support schemes like heat from RES or district heat, so the national funds for environmental protection and water management financing schemes supporting implementation of more RES into the system. The next slide. Within the project, we have used several different tools allowing for evaluation of the district heating needs of a certain area and district heating potential of a certain area, including district heating potential concerning utilization of renewable energy sources. There are, I have to say, quite a lot of tools already online, GIS-based tools that are freely available from different European projects. Here you can see the hot maps tool that allows for assessment of district heating potential and renewable energy potential of a certain area, but there are also other tools. So I would really encourage you to follow the European projects and what they have offered free of charge to those wanting to do at least the pre-feasibility assessment of what can be done on their area. In our case, we're focusing on, like I said, on the points district heating, and we are exploiting few options here that we find the most promising. So the options are further development of the biomass-fired CHP that is already existing in the city, further use of the biogas potential. So there is, as already mentioned, one biogas plant operating in the district, but it still generates more than it has the consumers. So here we think about finding the new consumers for the energy generated by the plant, then making energy use of biodegradable municipal waste, making use of the solar energy, as well as making use of the wind energy. So these are the strands that we are following right now in the region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So you have seen it has been a very huge and strong work, but it was necessary just to, as all other target region has worked very hard just to go deep in the local and regional situation and to get all the obstacles and opportunities for district heating diffusion. So, and making the change, so after after preparing the ground, all target regions started making the change. And this phase of the project, that is the final phase, it is ongoing by now, is developed in three main activities. For these three main activities: a quality management system for a renewable district heating setup, the preparation, the development of regional energy strategies and action plans for district heating for renewables, and the implementation of the action plans in some pilot areas in the target regions. So let's start, but later my colleague will focus on this point. The project has strongly worked on the setup of a quality management system for such a kind of district heating systems. The first step of this activity has been the translation into English and then into national languages of the main documents of the QM Holzheitswerke, that is a quality management system for biomass DH plants. And all these activities has been and is being supported and yes, driven by our Austrian partners, and in particular by IAE Intec. And the second step is and will be and is ongoing by now is the setup of an enhanced quality management system. So starting for the QM system, we are working on new standards regarding concerning flexible DH solutions and different heat sources as solar, waste heat pumps. And we are just working by now on some annexes. They are already ready in English. We are going to translate them in national languages. So we are focusing at the end of the project, we aim to have an enhanced quality management system for this kind of district heating plants, because as I've said at the beginning, quality is one of the key for their diffusion. And the final step of this activity will be the drafting of EQM guidelines that will be available for download on our website, of course. And in these guidelines, the EQM process will be defined, presented, and all the related quality criteria explained. The guidelines will be, of course, in English for a wider dissemination around Europe and in national languages. Of course, we have prepared a QM toolbox on our website. There you can find all the documents prepared so far. And at the end of the project, you will find all the documents of the EQM. So the other activities in the making the change phase is the action plans development. So that's to say that each target region, on the basis of results of the initial surveys, has prepared a regional action plan, identified action, measures, and tools for small renewable district heating system diffusion at local level. And these action plans are already ready, but they are such a sort of living documents, and they have some of the identified action and measures will be implemented within the project time frame, and in particular, we will focus on 4 actions and measures. That's to say, heat plans in pilot municipalities, the innovative initialization of some innovative financing schemes, the initialization of some pilot projects for renewable district heating, and the application and or adoption of the EQM system. In yellow, I highlighted 2 topics that will be presented with some good examples by my colleague Francesco Locatelli. And the Polish case, I don't know if Patricia wants to jump in and say something.
Okay, this is the last time I'm jumping in, so you will not have to listen to me much more. So this is just the example of our action plan. So what we have foreseen for the Płońsk district. Basically, these are, of course, mostly soft measures that we are able to implement together with the regional stakeholder groups. So what we are planning to do within the next month is to prepare some recommendations for financial institutions on how they can better support introduction of renewable energy sources into the district heating systems. We want to create a campaign increasing overall energy awareness as well as acceptance for renewable energy-based heat. So awareness raising campaign. We want to also do the research among the potential consumers of the new or expanded renewable energy based district heating. And what Chair said, we want to also test the Austrian QM system adapted to the Polish conditions in one of the biomass cogeneration plants in Poisk or other selected facility. We want to facilitate transfer of know-how, good practices and experiences from other project regions to initiate new projects in Poisk district, as we believe that these good practices and case studies from other regions are very relevant and maybe become inspirational for the region. And we want to do the feasibility analysis for the possible pilot investment.
Okay, thank you. So just one point, each region, target region, will focus on some of these action on measures. So according to their potentialities or local interests. So not all target region will develop all these 4 issues and topics. Of course, it will depend on the local and regional situations. And so I'd like to focus just on pilot initialization of pilot plans on the adoption of QM, because then my colleague will focus just on these topics. And the goal of the pilot plans is to develop efficient, resilient, and sustainable pilot local DH plans that are highly replicable, also outside the territory of the consortium. So we have so far we have between 10 and 15 cases selected in the 5 target regions. So it's a very good results. It's a higher figure than the foreseen at the beginning of the project. And of course, projects will be initialized, but of course, their development will be much longer than the project time frame. The target, of course, in the selection and development of the pilot plans, the regional stakeholder advisory group have been strongly involved, and in particular, some target groups have been identified, such as, first of all, municipalities and public authorities, both as regulators and planners of territories, but also as possible partners and supporters of projects and initiatives, developers and managers of district heating networks, and more in general, technical and energy actors such as ESCOs, engineers, planners, and so on. So as for the EQM application and adoption, the idea, the goal is the translation and the adaptation according to regional targets and needs, and particularly the adoption by some regional governments of public authorities or associations such as Biomasses Association, National Association, and so on. And also our aim is to the application of the EQM to some selected projects. And so far, our target region are strongly working on that with the support of our Austrian partners, of course. And most of pilot regions are working on a partial adoption of the QM system, mainly by setting up an QM national contact point and by promoting it, the system through the endorsement of key stakeholders. And AP Friuli, as you will know soon, is more advanced on this issue. First of all, I should say that AP Friuli, the energy agency of the Friuli Venezia Giulia regions, is the first and at the moment the only Italian member of the international QM working group. So this is, we are very proud of that. It's a very interesting and great results of the Entrain project. AP Friuli is pushing and is working very hard for a full implementation of the EQM at regional level. They are trying to include it as a mandatory requirement for public subsidies, for example, as well, and they are also testing it in a pilot project in the municipality of Gemona. Gemona will be the first, but much more pilot projects are being developed in Friuli Venezia Giulia. So I finish my presentation. Please follow us by entering our website. This is very rich and in which you can find all our documents of our results, of our training session, our videos, and so on. And thank you for your attention. Now my colleague Francesco Locatelli from Upper Friuli will enter and present main activities and results in Friuli Venezia Giulia region in the framework of course of the interim projects. Thank you all for your attention. And
thank you. I'm making the Francesco a co-host so that he could share his presentation also.
Yes, hello. So
hello, I think it should be working already.
All right. All right.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Perfect. So, well, first, thanks, Chiara, for the great introduction of first all the project and then also what we are doing here in Friuli Venezia Giulia region. I'm gonna try to go quite fast through all the slides and the presentation, and you already know all the informations that we have exchanged among partners and within the project and that we collected on the territory. And my presentation is focusing on how we translated all these informations on something real on the local scale, something that citizens can benefit of, and we are trying to make it the best way as possible within the interim project. And okay, let's move on. And well, you already know what a renewable REST-based DH system is and what are the benefits that it can bring to society, to both on environmental and economical scale. And what we focus on is also that this can happen only if the plant is planned, realized, and operated correctly. And talking again about management system, this is how you avoid mistakes and you manage to reach all the goals that you want to. Because we all, in all the countries around Europe, we have made a lot of mistakes in the past, building and mismanaging power plants, especially about district heating, because the know-how was quite limited and there was not enough exchange of informations. So thanks to Entrain, we have a lot of exchange of informations and we can analyze how to do this better. We can learn from the past experiences, not only ours, but also from the other people. So adopt a quality management system is something we can do to learn faster and reach our goals. This system, we are adopting this from Austria, even if it was first developed in Switzerland and then adopted from Austria and also from Germany. And why we are adopting this one? Because if you have more than 2,000 plants and more than 3,000 kilometers of networks and they work, it means that the system, the quality management system works. So we are not gambling on this. We are going on this because we believe, we see that it works. And the goal of this QM system is to guarantee economical sustainability, stable operations, low emissions, and low heat losses. And the concept is actually quite simple. Then on the technical level, you have a lot of information, but the basics are that you first, the owner, the planner, and the queue manager, which is this kind of referee, that applies the QM, that checks that everything is done properly. They sit at the same table and then define the goals that they want to reach with the new plant, with this project. Because many times you start building, having a business idea, a project, and then, well, it doesn't work as planned because you didn't have really a plan, you didn't really have goals. And what I want to stress from this slide is that one principle is that you secure at least 70% of the heat sales before you build the plant. So before you even buy a single pipe, you guarantee yourself that you're gonna sell enough heat to repay the plant, which might sound silly, but in many cases it was a big mistake that made some power plants not work properly. Okay, we collected also information about our region. Friuli-Venezia Giulia is a small region in the Alpine areas close to Slovenia and Austria. And we first evaluated the potential of our biomass resources. You can see that we have about 40% of the region is forest covered. And the blue part, which overlaps the green one, is the share of forest that is managed actually as a management plant, which doesn't mean you exploit it as you could, but it's only those parts that have been studied enough to evaluate the potential. And well, just as a figure, about currently just about 15% of the annual growth is actually used. So we have still a lot of potential to be used regionally. And here you see again the availability. And these also, the blue stripes on the maps show the municipalities that are not, they do not have a methane grid. So they rely on heavy oil, they rely on gas, but in other forms, you need to transport it and you don't have an infrastructure. So obviously in these communities, in these municipalities, you have a great potential for our small district heating networks. Step after collecting all these informations, we started to analyze the few plants we already have in the region, and we knew some of those plants already had problems, especially economically wise, and we went to analyze those plants with the QM criteria. What we found out is that the plants that had economical troubles, they did not fit totally in the QM criteria. The main criteria, just one of the few main criteria, is that the heat density, so the amount of heat you sell over 1 year, divided by the meters of the grid, needs to be above 1 megawatt hour. So for each meter of grid, you need to sell at least 1 megawatt hour over a year. And well, most of these plants that we analyzed, they didn't reach this goal, but they were actually pretty far. And well, this was a clear mistake in the planning phase, way before building the plant and way before operating the plant. So how to tackle this challenge? First, we started to requalify the plants. We offered our support to expand some grids and try to densify these plants in order to increase the cell heat and the heat cell and decrease not increase that much the length of the grid. And then we also tried to substitute maybe some all the fossil fuels with biomass, and we made at least 4 case studies with pre-feasibility studies for the municipalities that asked us help. And then we planned a lot of new power plants, a lot of new district heating networks, and we developed at least 12 pre-feasibility plans. We are still working on some of these, and we gave all this material to the municipalities, and we helped them evaluating all the data and also lay down a possible layout for the grid. Regarding this, I'm going to show you just quickly the the district heating network in Gemona, which is exactly the town where our office is located. And we have a small district of schools and gyms. And we are planning, there is a strong willing from the municipality to build this district heating network and to certify with the QM standards. And we plan to do this with a certain modularity over 3 years, over 3 steps. And you can see there are 2 new gyms that are going to be built, the light blue buildings. The city is the boiler, the heat boiler, the power plant. And there is also number 1 is an already existing building. It's a school. And we plan to start with this. And as you can see, the linear heat density is already above 2000. So way above the criteria that we want. And then we want to expand this grid after 1 year. After 1 year of monitoring the grid, we want to expand it to serve more buildings. And we have about 3 steps that we planned for this grid. And you can also see that the modularity of the boilers, there's going to be in the end 3 boilers. It's really helpful because it gives a lot of flexibility to the operations of the grid, and it allows to have a stable, secure, and with low emissions operations. So this is one of our pilot projects, one of the most promising, I would say, and we hope to get through the bureaucracy. We're getting there, not yet, but we're getting there. And well, you can see again the linear heat density, which is one of the main criteria, is about 5,000, so way above the limit that we wanted to reach. And after this, we are seeing the possible benefits that this such a system could bring on the local scale. Because we are working on managing the local forest together with the local heat supply. And municipalities, they own forests in our region, but they don't know what to do with them, basically. And the forests are just there, which is amazing. But also there is a lot of potential that could be taken out of the forest without touching the integrity of the forest, the ecosystem of the forest. So on the economic side, just for the Gemona del Friuli case, we have about 200,000 euros for each year that leave the region and they go to oil and gas companies. And well, if we manage to bring this project, to carry out this project with local forest management, this means that 200,000 euros will stay on local level and will bring a lot of benefit to the local economy. And also, just to take another comparison, we talk about hours and job creations. Well, to create the same amount on a local scale, because this means these hours that you see, this comparison between wood, oil, and gas, it means only on the local scale. It means that the gas that is produced maybe in Russia, the hours, the job creation, the job involved in Russia are not taken into account here in this graph because they don't contribute to the local economy. And so you can see that for wood production, the production of wood and the heat, well, you have more than 10 times the amount of hours of job creation that you get with natural gas. And this is a great benefit for economies, especially for peripheral economies, for small towns in the valleys, which are suffering in the last years of population just moving out for economical opportunities. Well, if you give them an opportunity to stay and work and have good quality of life where they are now, well, this is a great achievement that you can aim to. And well, future steps are get the pilot plants up and running, monitoring monitoring of existing plants, requalification of existing plants, and last, we want to try to implement some more sources, because at the moment we are focusing on biomass potential, because that's the resource that we have the most. But for sure, we can implement solar thermal and industrial waste heat into some of the grids, and we will try to do that. Okay, this is my last slide. And the thing I want to stress is that a quality management system is not meant to make things more complicated, but it is a very flexible tool that needs to be applied however you can in your region, needs to be adapted to your region. And in fact, the way we are making it here in Italy, the core is the same, but the way we apply it is not exactly the same as Austria, because the conditions are different, and it's not the same as Switzerland, because the conditions are different again. So we are just trying to spread the knowledge as much as possible with the municipalities, with the region. We are trying, as also Chiara said before, to make this standard mandatory to get subsidies to build new plants. And we are trying just to see what happens with our work. So thank you, and I am done with my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really interesting to hear how you are doing with Entrain project and with the implementation of the QM system. You are one step ahead of us. So it will be also very inspirational for us to follow and to try to implement similar solutions in Poland. I just have, before we move to the next and the last presentation, just one question to both of you. How are, because this is an interesting and hot topic that we still don't know how to approach, how are energy communities in Italy involved in the development of renewable energy and distributed energy? Is it already the topic, or basically people do not involve?
Well, I can say something. We are in Italy. We are in an intermediate stage. Now we are a preliminary. We have preliminary rules, but we have still to adopt the RED II directive, European directive. We hope by the end of June this will be adopted, and so maybe more clear rules and scenarios will be available just to think about energy communities. As usually in Italy, we are talking about that very much in these months. But first, we have quite a large number of pilot projects, but all projects are focused on the electricities and photovoltaic plants, of course. But I should say at the moment, the thermal side of energy community is not so discussed, but we think that with the adoption of the European directive, this scenario will change, but it has to change because in this case, the district heating from renewables and energy communities have to meet in some way, because this is the way you can find another way toward the decarbonizations, and so but we have at the moment we are at the beginning and in that phase in which we talked so much about subjects, and we hope after summer something will move on also on the heating side. I don't know if Francesca has something to add.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Chiara. We are just getting started on energy communities, and people are focusing more on electricity. But I also believe that as it is a clear opportunity, as soon as we start with the energy communities on the electrical side, we're gonna start pretty soon also on the thermal, on the district heating side, very, very quick. If I can add just from Friuli, I would say that it is not strictly an energy community, but we are trying to make the management of the forest and of the district heating network to give these two management together to a cooperative. So it's not really an energy community, but it's something where also some citizen can own a little share, and it is kind of halfway between just a business and an energy community. So this is just a little step we are trying to achieve.
Okay, so thank you very much. So that is promising. In our case, also the energy communities is something that starts to be in the debate, but not really being on the ground. But like we see, starting with electricity, then maybe moving into heat, then we will again observe you and try to follow in some aspects. So with this optimistic accent for the future, I would like to move to the last presentation of today. Again, we're coming back to the topic of buildings, and we have with us, I hope that I pronounced it well, Paraskevi Angelakopoulou, a senior project manager from the head of the EU project department at PEDEME, who will present Greek state-of-the-art and experiences with the development of energy efficient and sustainable construction. Paraskevi, I already made you a co-host, so I think you can share your presentation.
Hello, Patricia. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our perspective from the Greek state of play. I will give me a minute to share my presentation. I don't know if you can see my presentation.
We can see that you started screen sharing, but it's still, yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I am, as you said, as you well announced, Paraskevi Angelakopoulou. I am a project manager and the head of EU project department in PEDEME. PEDEME is a construction industry association, a social partner representing employers in Greece. And here is, in a nutshell, in brief, the content of my presentation. I will give you a brief idea of our profile, who we are, and then the state of play here in Greece regarding the energy efficiency. And at last, I will have the opportunity to share with you some useful and interesting good practices we are currently involved, related, of course, to energy efficiency. About PEDEME, a few words. Our key missions is to promote our members' interest in a national and regional level. One of our active actions, are to negotiate with the public authorities, policymakers, and key stakeholders for ensuring the construction sector welfare, forming policies and initiatives. And of course, a major matter for us is bringing, of course, the Greek construction industry close to meet the challenges faced in Europe, towards the challenges of the construction sector, which are energy efficiency, circular economy, and digital transition. We are established many years before, since 1935. Our core scope is representing our members. We have a wide, well-established membership capacity and network with more than 2,500 members, ranging from companies and individuals, dealing, of course, with construction works. We are involving all types of technical companies, all sizes, etc., in the field of construction and the building activity. Our network is national, with preserved premises in all Greek regions, 15 departments, and of course our central premises are located in Athens. Of course, it is a strong focus on us to share and be close to the European state of art, a state of play. We are involved in European issues through our membership in FIEC. We are statutory members of FIEC, of the European Construction Industry Federation. We are members of EIC, the European International Contractors, the European Demolition Association, and at last, the Association for Construction, Repair, Reinforcement and Protection. Regarding how we operate in internal level, we preserve several thematic committees in several issues, in the environmental committee, taxonomy, legal issues, education and training, and the construction 2050 committee that has actually to do with digitalization, energy efficiency, renovation, and circular economy. And regarding our structure, our department division, we have our legal department supporting our members, especially regarding procedures on public procurements and bids. We have the EU project department where we are implementing several projects in the areas of our interest. And at last, we have our communication department, within which we have we are trying to communicate our issues, dissemination strategies, to have thematic conferences and info days, and in general, to communicate all our matters through our communication channels. As I already mentioned, our areas of interest are close to the needs of the construction industry, which are energy efficiency and climate change, circular economy and resource efficient economy, digitalization, and of course, an horizontal category, which is reskilling and upskilling the working force. This is all about us in brief, and now I'm going to give you a brief overview of what is going on in national context and how do we get here in an energy efficiency and a carbonized economy. These are some details retrieved from the European Construction Sector Observatory. Greece actually emits high amounts of greenhouse gases in comparison to the rest EU. Emissions of greenhouse gases from activities in the construction and real estate subsectors amounting around to 270,000 tons in 2018, respectively. And here, the National Energy and Climate Plan is the Greek Greek government strategic plan and instruments that addresses climate change and energy issues, aiming at attaining specific energy and climate objectives by 2030. Among other objectives, it plans to improve energy efficiency by reducing the cost of construction of new buildings and upgrading existing ones to nearly zero energy buildings. Actually, according to the plan, buildings in Greece are presently responsible for around 40% of energy consumption. Energy efficiency of buildings can be achieved by renovation and modernization, as well by adoption of corresponding measures for renewing the stock of end-of-life cycle buildings. To reduce the energy consumption of buildings in increased use of energy efficiency and low-emission heating systems should be adopted. The plan highlights also the optimal use of course, the renewable energy systems technologies to cover electricity, heating, and cooling needs. The foreseen targets and objectives of the plan are projected to be implemented in 3 phases. The initial one, which is actually the current period, is to establish an efficient mechanism, regulatory aspects and structures and laws and the frameworks in order to go on with the procedures. and also to raise awareness of energy efficiency along with economic incentives and pilot projects. The second phase, the maturity phase, which is expected to take place in the future years, is addressing further development of technological innovation of products and techniques. And then the final and stability, it's the stability phase that entails the maturity of the energy market of building renovation and the mobilization of investments from the private sector. Of course, a big, strong focus on these plans are the renovation wave strategy as it is applied in Greek context. The building sector is of the utmost importance for energy savings. According to the government, renovation of existing buildings will be essential in reaching the energy efficient targets. The current institutional framework provides for energy efficient buildings through compulsory partial use of solar heating system in new buildings, renovation of public buildings with new heating and cooling systems, and mandatory provision of new technology services and material and green procurement. Specific incentives have also been announced by the government for citizens and local authorities, including special financing programs, tax exemptions, and incentives for the substitution of conventional heating and cooling systems and permitting favorable building coefficients. The new building units in Greece should meet minimum energy performance requirements set in the regulation of the energy performance of buildings, as it is launched in Greece. This regulation ensures that every new building of the public sector from 1st January of 2019 should be nearly zero energy buildings. This obligation applies for all new buildings constructed after the beginning of the current year. Of course, the Greek recovery plan foresees big high budgets for these green transitions. It is expected that almost 100% of the budget of the total grants will be addressed to green transitions. Actually, when we're talking about green transition activities and policy areas, we include Power Up, which is energy market, renewable energy sources, electricity interconnection, security of energy supply, climate change. These are the domain areas. The second policy area that will be strongly addressed through these grants is renovation, energy efficiency, building renovation that will affect construction and housing, climate policies, social policies, resource efficient, circular economy, and renewal urban areas. Then the third area is research and refuel, including urban mobility and transport. And the final, and the fourth area of the green transition axis is sustainable use of resources, climate resilience, and environmental protection, including sustainable management and protection of water and marine sources, circular economy, sustainable issues, recycled biodiversity, climate change adaptation, agricultural sector issues, civil protection, and all these that ensure a sustainable economic transition of the economy. Some policies and plans investments specified and reforms include the interconnection of Greek islands, the installation of millions of smart telemetric energy meters, a massive program for energy efficiency renovation of residential buildings, business and public sector buildings and infrastructure, the development of publicly accessible charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, urban planning reforming, the implementation of urban regeneration projects with high growth and environmental footprint, big investment actions and plans on irrigation and flood mitigation projects, implemented basically through public-private partnerships. A new national reforestation plan together with the reform of the forest maps and the introduction of regional civil protection centers. These are, in brief, some key actions, mature projects that are going to be strongly addressed through the recovery plan. And now we'll pass on the third part of the presentation, which actually has to do with the good practices related to the energy efficiency. We are involved here in PEMEDE. Basically, these initiatives are aiming to raise awareness and capacity building of stakeholders in the construction and the building sector in order to meet the EU Green Deal targets, the energy efficiency transition targets, and of course the renovation wave. A big concern for tackling through the project is responding to the skills needs of the labor market, resulted from the challenges that the construction and the building sector faces, the energy efficiency, the digitalization, and the circular and sustainable transition. And of course, through these practices, we are strongly enabling the transnational cooperation. They boost synergies, knowledge transfer, and interaction between all kinds of stakeholders involved in these areas. My first initiative, I'm going to refer to a project we are about to accomplish. It is the project training and certification of employees in the construction and materials industry. It is a project funded by the European Social Fund as part of the operational program of competitiveness, entrepreneurship, and innovation. It has started 3 years before, and we are about to accomplish all these actions. We coordinate in total these initiatives, which aims to develop a professional capacity of 1,200 employees of the construction sector through providing training and certification in the areas of BIM and electronic procurement for public bids. I will mainly refer to some innovation parts and elements of this initiative. And the most highlighted one is, of course, the huge impact it has in national level, due to the fact that we have accomplished our target, which was to train and certificate 1,200 employees in competitive areas according to the labor market demands, which was building information modeling, BIM, and the training and providing training through public procurement electronically. We have also accomplished to accredit and certify all these employees through providing a certification according to the international standards of ISO for individuals. The trainees and the employees that were involved in the training and certification procedure had the opportunity to receive a training allowance, which amounted at 5 euros per hour, estimated 400 euros for the whole duration of the training program, which was around 80 hours. It's a thematic area. And of course, we had to adapt it in the current situation due to the pandemic, and we had to implement all these training activity, offering flexible learning opportunities, and mainly integrating the digital training and certification in all these implementation phase. And of course, another one interesting topic and issue of elevation was that we tried to integrate also some technical parts of training in introducing and integrating mainly case studies in the thematic and training context. The second initiative has to do with European project with significant impact, I would say, in a European level. It is the construction blueprint aiming to enable a new strategy on construction skills in Europe. It is a big project involving 24 partners from 12 EU countries with total duration of 4 years. We are almost in the middle of the implementation period. The main objective of this project is basically to develop a new sectoral strategic approach to cooperate on skills in the construction industry and support a better matching of the skills needs of companies and the training centers. So the initiative strongly involves European partners, 3 sectoral European organizations, umbrella organizations of the construction industry, FIEC, EFPWW, along with 9 national sectoral representatives and social partners, and 12 VET providers, vocational education and training providers, and higher education providers. Through the involvement of all these partners, it is foreseen that an holistic strategy and approach on the skills needs to be established in order to be the basis for the for further initiatives, for further projects and joint actions in EU level. Of course, the construction blueprint project has prioritized its areas of interest in energy efficiency, digitalization, and circular economy, which are, of course, the drivers of evolution in the construction sector and the building industry. The blueprint project incorporates several innovative elements in order to proceed with this innovative and bottom-up approach. The first area of activities has to do with construction status quo and sectoral skill strategies. Here we try to structure a roadmap and an action plan which will shape the first approach concerning the setting up of the sectoral skills strategy. In this particular phase, several stakeholders involved in order to identify the needs that result to the training skills and needs of the sector. The second phase has to do with enabling the transnational sector-wide new skills, which has to do with the deployment of a new training action for raising awareness concerning trending topics in the energy efficiency, digitalization, and the circular economy for construction workers. We have also matured the third phase, which has to do with watchtower of skills needs in the construction industry. If you visit the construction blueprint website, you can navigate there on several roadmaps of initiatives that addressing these issues in the EU. Through this watchtower, we try to create a tool that will be complementary to the European Construction Sector Observatory, which by using a big data methodology that will be able to anticipate skills needs at the national and regional level. The fourth working package has to do with the study on current occupational profiles and qualifications. The scope of this phase is to update occupational profiles, qualification, and training influences by new tendencies, so as to cover the observed and the detected skills needs. Of course, a big concern in this project is engagement and activities through which we are trying to involve as much stakeholders as possible and to raise awareness on the sector needs. For example, here in Greece, we are currently organizing some endorsement events in order to engage and in order to involve as much stakeholders from national level as possible, in order to communicate and validate the project results and outputs. Of course, the outreach activities are strongly addressing youngsters, and particularly among women, and identify solutions to facilitate the mobility in Europe. And the final phase is to the Sector Skill Alliance and deployment of the blueprint, which is actually entails a quintuple helix innovation model, which is based on the involvement and interaction of main market players from 5 policy areas: the education, economic, political, environment, and civil society and cultural area. I will pass to the third initiative, which is RenoVap. The project is about professionalizing site managers and team leaders in the specific management of building renovation sites in Europe. RenoVap project is an Erasmus Plus project where partners from France, Greece, Italy, Spain, and Poland are involved, aiming to enable professionals in the construction industry to strengthen their capacity to better understand the renovation as a whole, to foresee and plan the related specific interventions, to better communicate and convince in complex situations on these sites. We are in an initial phase of this project. So currently we are in the process of the needs analysis in order to structure the following activities, the rest activities of the project. At this phase, we are having interviews, we are having field research activities and desk research in order to investigate the needs from the perspective of the site managers, of renovation works, of team leaders, and also from experts from the building industry. Overall, the project activities for site managers and team leaders has three basic elements: a transnational model for positioning, coaching, and professionalization, mainly based on training and working situation in the company, implemented by training modules in training centers as well as by learning. Actually, we're trying to integrate some working situations in order to be near to the actual needs of the renovation sites. The second priority is the transnational schemes, the design of the transnational schemes for the evaluation and recognition of learning outcomes with open badges, the training of teachers, trainers, and master tutors preparing for the accompaniment training of the targeted audiences. And the third priority area is the implementation of a transnational strategy for the positioning, support, and professionalization of targeted audiences. Another interesting, let's say, initiative we we recently started to implement is the GAP project, which aims at upgrading skills for EU greener public procurement in construction works. It is also an Erasmus Plus initiative where is led by a French regional public body, and we are involved from Greece, is involved from Greece, Slovenian and Ireland partners are also involved in the project. The main target groups addressed through these initiatives is mainly public authorities, contracting authorities in local, regional and national level, including public procurement staff, key stakeholders representing the construction sector, social partners and entities involved in procurement processes. The core scope of this project is to tackle the inadequate skills of the public procurement workforce in implementing green public procurement policies, in involving actually green criteria to ensure the environmental sustainability of building and construction work. We are going to do this through developing capacity building and increasing learning opportunities of the public procurement staff and authorities in implementing GPP, Green Public Procurement, that address these green criteria and standards in construction works. How we will reach this target? We have designed a package of intellectual output, starting from designing the regulatory and instrument handbook that address GPP framework and practices. We are at this phase. We are currently in the deployment procedure of these needs analysis. After that, based on the identified needs, we are going to develop the GAP capacity building program, aiming to provide participants with up-to-date knowledge and advanced aspects of green public procurement and construction works. The program will be uploaded and delivered in a digital environment through e-learning and e-training tools. And at the last phase of the project, engagement and outreach campaigns and activities are foreseen in order to pilot and deliver the training and to engage stakeholders, raise awareness and build capacity through these pilot actions, and also through the development of policy recommendations in green public procurement that are going to be strongly communicated and delivered in a national context. Another interesting initiative we run on the energy efficient of buildings is the bank project that aims to develop nearly zero energy building skills through game-based learning. Partners from France, Greece, Slovenia, Germany, and Italy are involved. The project is this project is also in an initial phase, so we are currently having some insights from the industry, from the NZEB experts, in order to specify the needs here. The target groups that are addressed through this initiative are mainly construction workers, vet educators and providers, the educational sector and stakeholders and association in the building, the construction industry and the energy efficiency, as well as policy and decision makers. The aim, the objective of this activity, of this project, is to deliver knowledge and develop nearly zero energy building skills, and encourage, of course, energy efficient behavior among building occupants through the development of learning-based game approach that it is expected, of course, to attract many people and to maximize the learning effect of learners in order to attract as many people as possible and engage with these the NZ targets and transitions. The phases that are designed to be implemented in order to move with efficient completion of this project is first of all the development of best practice and competence framework analysis on NZ skills that will gather experience on relevant best practices on NZ skills and needs. After that, we are going to develop the bank learning game approach on based on a curricula, but introducing and integrating game-based learning scenarios, analyzing learning outcomes and ensuring compatibility with the European qualification frameworks for the vocational education and training. The bank game will facilitate vocational learning and training processes in the building industry, and it will increase learners' motivations towards training through innovative pedagogical methodologies and digital tools. This game will be delivered, pilot delivered in the pilot countries, and is expected to commit some construction workers in order to be able to catch up with the trends and the evolution of the skills of the building renovation industry. And the last project, the last initiative we are implementing, it is a very interesting one, the curricular development of climate change policy and law. Here we are have an intercultural experience as countries from Europe and Asia are involved. We have India, Vietnam, Malaysia from Asia, and Greece, UK, and Spain from Europe. The main concept of these capacity building projects is to transfer capacity from Europe to Asia. And of course, the great impact is that these projects build intercultural awareness and understanding through the continuous exchange of knowledge and experience. The scope or the objective of this project is to develop, actually test and adapt new curricula in the field of climate change policies and law, to deploy and integrate a multidisciplinary educational program on global climate change policy and law that will be offered either as a postgraduate diploma or as a master in law. This program will aim to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates that will acquire high-level expertise on environmental policy and climate change policies and law. The new postgraduate courses will first of all support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of the higher education in Asia, in Malaysia, India, and Vietnam. So within this context, the main target groups addressed are academic staff and researchers working in the universities of countries involved, legal practitioners, policymakers, and managers related to legal and environmental issues, schools, of course, environmental sciences, social, scientific, environmental studies, engineering schools, etc. And of course, all relevant stakeholders on environmental legislation and policies such as think tanks, private sector organizations, civil society groups, and of course the society as a whole. This is from my side. You can, because of the fact that many of the projects I presented to you are in an early stage, you can, at this stage, you can find some details about these in our official website. And in the forthcoming period, it is foreseen that each project, of course, will have its own website. So it will be constantly upgraded in order to present all the outputs and results produced upon its implementation phase. This is from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paraskevi. Actually, I'm really amazed by your presentation and so many interesting projects that you have been implemented. It's really great that you could be here today with us and share it. What's very relevant and important for me is that you're really focusing, at least within the projects that you are presented in this aspect that is quite much missing in the energy renovation project implemented in Poland. So I think in the energy renovation project we had in the past, the analysis showed that actually the human resources are the weakest point of the project. So it's really good that we can see all these inspiring projects telling us how we should involve the stakeholders and to how to build capacities of the people involved, how to prepare students to work in the construction sector. So for sure, when the websites are available, I will go there.
Yes, that's true. That's true. It's true that a significant barrier identified in all these surveys, in all these conferences, etc., is the lack of skills and the capacity of raise awareness of all stakeholders to meet this transition to the energy efficiency. So we are trying to combine efforts, to combine stakeholders to reach different level target groups in order to meet these challenges.
Yeah, and also sometimes even the municipal staff doesn't have enough capacities to actually work with the contractors, work with the stakeholders. So such projects are really extremely important. And actually, together with the WSB University, we are working a bit on introducing energy efficiency in buildings topics into the curricula. So my question would be, what topic would you find especially relevant to include in, for example, a subject of half a year?
Topic for training, you mean?
For students that might work in future.
Any topic related to digitalization of the construction sector is really up to date. Building information modeling, it's not quite new, but you know, in all member states, the level of knowledge is quite low. So people and all construction workers and all stakeholders have to facilitate this engagement. So, of course, digitalization of the construction industry issues is in the main priority topic. Drones, other digitalization or platforms, working through platforms, softwares are all very important for this situation. Yes.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much for your contribution, and I hope that we will have a chance to cooperate also in the future. Now I would like to close the conference. We are a bit late, but I think it was quite a productive day with quite a lot of different and relevant presentations. So I would like to thank to all of the speakers that contributed to our conference today, as well to thank all the participants for being here with us. I hope that the contents that we have provided will be useful for you, both for the students that are here in the room, as well as for other stakeholders that might take some inspiration for their work. Today we're closing the conference part of the energy panels, but there is still one thing waiting ahead of us. We were supposed to have a study visit in the Racechowice municipality to check how they are dealing with the energy transition and decarbonization. Unfortunately, due to the COVID situation that hopefully will be better soon, we still cannot have the study visit in person, but we are preparing for you a movie where the representative of the city will show you around the municipality and show their energy efficient and renewable energy and other climate mitigation, climate adaptation solutions. So this movie will be presented on the 21st of May as the last part of the energy panel. So you are all very welcome to join us for this 1 hour to see how the Racechowice municipality is dealing with the energy transition in practice. So this is it from my side. If you will have any comments or any questions toward the speakers, you can always send us an email and we will share it further. And for now, have a very nice afternoon. Thank you.